as the chairman of the board of the organizing committee and the only person organizing this seminar, I'm very pleased to have you here in our premises. We have three presentations. Hopefully the second one will be coming online directly from Kyiv. But we have at least two presentations in person here in our room today. And I apologize, I will be very short in introducing people and our speakers in order not to steal their time for presentation. So our new acquaintance is from military academy from Kyiv, PhD student or doctoral researcher, as you wish. Oleksandr Derkach is having 2 years time at now preparing your thesis about, and he has a military background also from the special forces, special operation forces in Ukraine, and he will be addressing us from Russian hybrid warfare against Ukraine, and especially the strategic use of agents of influence and resources in pursuit in Russia's objectives. Oleksandr, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, as was mentioned, my topic is Russian hybrid warfare, strategic use of agents of influence, especially media and resources in the pursuit of the objectives. The presentation treats hybrid warfare as a strategic integration of military and non-military instruments, especially propaganda, informational operation. Conventional analysis often frame Russian influence as a fully centralized Kremlin project. My research shifts this lens toward semi-autonomous actors, such agents of influence, who spread pro-Kremlin ideas through media, funding channels and digital networks while remaining ideologically aligned with state goals. And the main problem is regarding the media is that Europe is a democracy, and in democracy there are freedom of speech, and it's very hard to control what media, what kind of information media spreads, unless the links with Russia is open. So the relevance of the study, since 2014, and especially after full-scale invasion, the information space has become a central battlefield. These instruments directly affect democratic resilience and security. Among them are psychological operation, disinformation, political lobbying, proxy media, and economic pressure. The concept of hybrid warfare. Non-military instruments play a dominant role in long-term influence strategies. Information warfare is not supplementary, it is strategic. It includes military force, informational operation, economic leverage, cyber tools, and political manipulation as well. The origin of agents of influence concept. The term agent of influence originated in Soviet intelligence practice during the Cold War. It was referred to individuals who were not formally spies but promoted Soviet interests in politics, academia, media, and culture. The contemporary understanding of agents of influence today, they include journalists, bloggers, academics, politicians, activists, think tank experts, businesses, and media. Showing the typology of agents of influence, they are ideological, financially dependent, compromised, and unwitting agents. The ideological agents, they are motivated by benefits and anti-Western worldview. The financially dependent, motivated by grants, contracts, and sponsorships. And compromised, controlled through blackmail or corruption. and unwitting agents, unaware participants who amplify narratives. The strategic narratives and cognitive influence. Russia influenced emotions, political attitudes, voting behavior, and policy preferences. The examples after the full-scale invasion: the West is tired, Ukraine is corrupt, sanctions are ineffective, and negotiations are inevitable. These narratives normalize geopolitical positions. And the main point that they use the Overton window in influence operation. The example from Ukraine is unstable, Ukraine is ungovernable, Ukraine must be controlled. If we take a closer look in Russian narratives during the period since the full-scale invasion, we can see that shift. And that shift works for them, unfortunately. Think tank Rand showed the fire horse of falsehood model. They highlight the high volume, multi-channel, rapid, and it should be rapid and continuous, and there is no commitment to the truth when spreading narratives and disseminating propaganda. High volume should include massive production of messages. Information overload weakens critical thinking. When there are lots of information flows from everywhere, it is very hard to keep critical thinking, especially if lots of sources quote and disseminate the same propaganda. Rapid and continuous message, multi-channel use of television, social media. In Russia and Ukraine, it were Telegram, websites, and influencers. The same messages appears everywhere. And rapid and continuous, constant repetition without correction. Falsehood spreads faster than verification. So it's not basically should be reliable or true. The more information is looks strange, the better result would be, according to the Rand model. And no commitment to truth, disregard for factual accuracy, emotions, and fear dominate logic. Rand, and I will also want to add that Rand explanation is very functional. Overload weakens verification, repetition increases familiarity, and multiple channels manufacture the impression of many sources. The political dimension of influence. They affect election campaigns, party platforms, parliamentary debates, foreign policy positions, and the mechanism of influence is the funding parties, sponsoring conferences, promoting peace movements, legitimizing authoritarian narratives, and that is why political influence creates institutional vulnerability. Scientific and academic dimension. Influence methods include sponsored research, biased expert commentary, conference network, pseudoscientific publications. Some scholars became knowledge brokers for propaganda, and this creates epistemic distortion. And now I want to draw attention to the cases. That you see on the slides is a visualization of how big is Russian media propaganda web. That's all circles, it's websites, news websites. And the arrows, that's connection with them. As you see, among the countries, Spain, France, Germany, Switzerland, Czechia, Portugal, Canada, Slovakia, and Austria. and they quote each other, they disseminate the same propaganda, the same message. Again, getting back to the rant where the information flow is massive. If we take a closer look, when the circle is, the bigger the circle, the more flow of traffic to this website and the more people read this news. Using the special programs as similar web, it can show, as you can see on the slide, for example, Anti-Spiegel. It's a German version. It's a German website that spreads propaganda in Germany mainly, and as you can see, the red squares there are showing the affinity and global rank, and how the sites are similar to each other. And it's very important to notice that now this web even bigger than it was before, because this analysis were conducted in 2024 and now 2026, so it keeps growing. And unfortunately, even though lots of Russian official media are under the sanctions, it changes nothing, because the flow of influence and propaganda keeps growing and continuing. Among also the important cases, there are the first one photo, it's Oleksandr Dugin. And why I want to draw the attention for him is because he is relevant as meta-level ideological node rather than an operational controller. His geopolitical writing is frequently discussed in Western analysis and became because it offers a worldview aligned with the civilization conflict framing and anti-liberal geopolitics. Stanford FSI overview of Foundation of Geopolitics provide a documented entry point into how Dugin's ideological positioning involved and how he operated in post-Soviet political intellectual space. In influence term, Dugin functions as a concept supplier, a legitimizing reference, and a bridge between political myth, such as geopolitical theory, and public discourse. This matters because ideological nodes can shift discourse boundaries, getting back to the Overton window logic, and even without running day-to-day operations. And also I want to add that he is also under the sanctions, but still there are lots of academics who officially spread his ideas. They, for example, in Canada, there are an academic which constantly posting videos and interviews with him in his YouTube. The next one is I want to speak about the Amnesty International. The Amnesty International August 2022 statement alleging that some Ukrainians' tactics in charge civilians start triggering a major political backlash in Ukraine and was widely discussed internationally. This is relevant to my research, not as it is important for my research because it is a great example of a case how complex, legally framed messages can be leveraged inside the influence ecosystems. Why? Because the controversy produced a high attention information window. It created opportunities for adversarial reframing, like victim equals aggressor narratives, and it shows how legitimacy concepts work. Human rights language can be weaponized in narratives battles. Crucially, Amnesty later published an independent legal review, panel report, and an organizational report documenting lessons learned about the production and release process. For my framework, this case demonstrates how a single international message can be inserted into wider narrative pipelines, even when the original intention differs. And the third case that I want to mention is Rupli. It's one of the biggest Russian news sources, especially regarding the video content. And the idea was they had an international, they estimated an international headquarters in Germany. And the idea how they easily spread propaganda, they put the lower price for their materials for countries and for news agencies in, for example, Africa, because such agencies do not have the ability to have their own content and report from the place of the event. And they put the lower price, and because of that, lots of media just bought it and show. Thank you.
Thank you, Oleksandr. May I use the opportunity to ask the first question? You mentioned in the beginning that this would be the whole thing is about the centralized project, and I was just wondering, have you seen or indicated any signs of how is it organized? How is it the whole concept is coordinated? Is there some kind of administration or whatever organization in the Russian central within the central powers that who manage the whole project in these different means and ways of influence on that, or it just the flow is going on?
As an unconventional...
And the second part of this is the use of language. That is there any difference in using language, whether it's Russian or some kind of national language of the specific audience? Or is it just relying on that people are reading Russian and interpreting and translating, and the second part of this is what is about the audience? Is it mainly to the outside world of Russia, or what about the internal consumption in Russia? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So first of all, Russia, if we took a closer look, Russia started this unconventional type of hybrid warfare, especially for Ukraine, like a long time ago. If we took a closer look, we can find that even in 2004, there were the first time appeared the message about in Crimea. That NATO is Nazis. The narratives appeared. Because of that, this shows us and means that this propaganda machine worked a long time, and there are they also have their psychological operation forces, their psychological so-called information psychological operation for information psychological operation forces, and they conduct and keep in contact with different media. And if we're speaking about the internal consumption of the propaganda and materials, it is also huge. And as I remember today, one of the speakers also will speak about the internal situation. Regarding the consumption and the importance of language, if we go back to this slide, all these websites, they are in the language of the country. For example, all the blue circles, which shows Germany, they all in German language. And taking a closer look at this analysis, I read and took a closer look at the websites, and it is really very hard to keep critical thinking because the information, because of the information overload and the consistency. The main stuff and the main reason why it is working, it's the consistency.
Okay, thank you. Margaret.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I know there is already a lot of literature on how to counter disinformation and agents of influence, but I would be very curious to hear from you. What would you recommend democratic governments how to counter, and to what extent can we at least counter these kind of operations?
Thank you for your question. From my point of view, the main important thing is to check the connections, and for example, if the website consistently quotes Russian propaganda media and disseminates propaganda, then imply actions to counter that. Also, it is very important to teach people where to read the information, to keep following the original sources, because they are very important. Because they were important. I would say also that cyber hygiene is also play a crucial role, because and people should be taught what is cyber hygiene and how to follow it to avoid the influence.
Sorry, just could you explain a bit about the interconnections here?
Okay, the interconnections are the following. All these arrows and lines, they are so-called backlinks. It means that this website quotes each other. They, for example, media in German as Anti-Spiegel quotes another website, and this creates this line. And this shows how much such connections. The bigger circle is, as I mentioned before, means that traffic means the range of the traffic to the website. And in this analysis, it took for 3 months. So, as you can see, for example, on Anti-Spiegel, it is more than 1 million views, and it's in 3 months.
I have a question about the, reflexive control. Have you seen any sign of how the Russians are analyzing their feedback? How effective their message is to the outside world?
Getting back to the rant, I will switch the slide. Getting back to the round, the main thing for them is no high volume. It's rapid and continuous. And the main idea for them is just, again, the consistency. Doesn't matter works it or not in the short term, because the long term plays an important role for that.
Okay.
Yeah, the main feedback that they want to get is that their agent keep working for them and disseminate their propaganda. That's the main, and how to correctly, regarding all the sanctions and all the attention for them, how to keep disseminating their ideas and narratives.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ryan Ellison at Oxford University. Just a specific question about one country. There's a little challenge in this whole spread of activities to know how to respond to the second Trump administration, and in particular Trump himself. Did you look at any on a sort of micro level to see how you see the sudden shift in the representation of the United States and its influence, and in particular its role over Ukraine? Because we see that in the official narrative at the highest level very quickly, and of course there needs to be some kind of argumentation behind that to try and convince people, not least the Russian domestic audience, of this sudden, not complete turnaround, but significant shift in narrative.
Thank you for your question. First of all, I want to say that the shift, I would go the other way. For Ukraine, after the full-scale invasion, we all understood how important information is and how crucial role it is. And to be honest, lots of people in the world didn't even know where is Ukraine and that Kyiv is the capital of Ukraine and what's going on. Drawing that much attention is very important for Ukraine to keep receiving support, because it is very important to show the truth. And regarding the shift, it is always about I would say, political games and interests of the governments. The shift in Trump's politics play a crucial role for Ukraine and have a significant influence for us.
So the Russian, in these Russian sources, the shift in their characterization of the United States, because it did shift from beforehand, obviously from the Biden administration, how the United States was represented, whether it's a positive force, a negative force, whether you could work with the United States, extent of collaboration, that kind of thing. It was a big strategic narrative shift.
I understand. They have, if we speak about the different media sources and agents of influence in Europe, for example, and regarding this shift, some of them keep mocking from United States, and some of them saying that the United States recognized the great power of Russia and supports Russia, and the Trump administration supports Russia. So the main idea is to have several different narratives, and that they work in complex.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. My name is Veli-Pekka Tynkkynen from the University of Helsinki. I have a question concerning, basically linked to the previous question, concerning influencers, especially academics in the West, in Europe, but also on narratives and discourses. Do you see and have you followed any changes in Russian tactics from February 22 up until now? How they address or how they put forward certain, for example, academicians or influencers, political influencers. Is there any change? Also, is there any change in the narratives or discourses which are promoted, let's say, 22, 23, and now? Is there any difference? Thank you.
If we look, thank you for your question. If we look through the main idea is haven't changed, but the narratives itself, yes, they change. Going back to one of the slides here for Overton window, as you see, for example, even within the influencers, it changed that Ukraine is unstable, then it says ungovernable and Ukraine must be controlled. So the shift and the change, they are present. And regarding how, for example, academics and influencers, they spread the ideas and the narratives, and it is always about, it's very connected to the events that are going on in the world. Because, for example, if we're speaking about elections, they start disseminating and writing articles about the power, about the idea of governance and how should it work. So it's always connected to the event that's going on in the world.
Thank you, Olli Turtiainen from the Finnish MOD. Just to continue to Veli-Pekka's question here on the academia. So you mentioned as a one case Mr. Dugin and the connection to one Canadian academic. So I think that's like pretty obvious. Like if you are YouTubing with Mr. Dugin, so it's also easy for the audience to realize, okay, so there's a Russian message there. But have you also studied some more like nuanced, more subtle examples? Because I think that how the Russian influence go to academia is not usually so straightforward as interviewing together with Mr. Dugin. It might be something like maybe Ukrainian studies program could be under Russian studies program, things like that. So have you studied also other examples in the academic sphere? Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the end of your question? Have I studied?
Also other cases regarding Western academia than this cooperation or interviewing with Mr. Dugin. Thank you.
The main idea is to, or if we're speaking about the Dugin, the main idea of the most of interviews is sharing his ideas and his views, and they are based in geopolitics and how the world have changed or will change and why. And regarding the academics in media, there are lots of analysis that shows that Russia pays for some academics for the articles and on the concrete topics. So again, it's more connected to the events and the main narrative.
Thank you, Oleksandr, for the presentation and answers to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have some challenges in the connections with Kyiv, so I'd like to invite our next speaker. She's Yuliia Kurnyshova, and she's been working with us in the Oleksandr Institute of the Helsinki University for several months already, and will hopefully continue working with us. So, and she will be discussing about who is deterred or not deterred.
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can we shift presentation, please?
Yeah, I will do it. Yeah. No. What about, shall we leave Vitalii to have his speech while I think he will have short of voltages, so
Okay, so now,
yeah,
yes, of course, so
yeah.
we should give him a priority because
yeah, I think so. We have now the Vitalii Fedoriienko is online, directly from the National Defence University in Kyiv, and I prefer to give the floor to him while knowing that the electricity is not secured, so we enjoy him as much as we can. Vitalii, can you hear us?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
And Vitalii is mainly expert in the sphere of strategic communications and the technologies related to that. Floor is yours, Vitalii, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to present my research, and so first of all, I want to say that today we have a huge challenge for our being, because it is a lot of threats in the cognitive sphere, and we have also a lot of some different tools from Russian Federation, and so my presentation has some topic. This is on the slide. The discursive construction of nuclear coercion and analysis of Russian strategic narratives and their impact on Western decision making. So first of all, I wanted to start from next slide, please. That it can be said that the spread of Russian narratives in the global information environment is a significant and multifaceted problem. By measuring and analyzing the dynamics of spread, we can gain a deeper understanding of the drivers of information warfare and further develop more effective strategy to counter the negative consequences, ultimately contribute more informed and resilient global society. So in this slide, I want to present also popular in Ukraine software for monitoring and analyzing of information environment. So of course, I'm coming from Strategic and Communication Institute of the National Defence University of Ukraine, and it is very crucial for us to measure information environment, and we concentrated our attention in different networks, Telegram, Facebook, YouTube, X, Kontakte, Одноклассники, TikTok, so on, and also on official Russian websites. Also, we have monitoring tools for getting some information from different official and not official sources. And next slide, please. And we have also studied different mechanisms of spreading Russian narratives. So regarding the dissemination of Russian narratives, it is accomplished globally through Russian propaganda, fake news, and disinformation sources from Russian outlets. So this is like some crossed slide with my and because this is the same mechanism that it was mentioned before, for instance, firehorse lysis. This it was substantial and analytical web sources and also comes to West struggles with Russia's information campaigns and that of anti-Western autocracies. These campaigns not only events and blogs, but it is also alternative ecosystems, and it is also in our attention for monitoring informational space. So next slide, please. The study used quantitative and qualitative approaches to provide a holistic understanding of the spread and impact of Russian narratives. This allows us to increase validity and reliability of the conclusions. So this is some tools about analytics and forecasting models for measure some dynamics of spreading text and messages in social networks, for instance. And also we have different for monitoring and this also to find some patterns of Russian informational operations, like a part of Russian narratives. And also we have some approaches how to measure sentiment and topic analysis and threat predictions, because it is also important to use tools just to predict some behavior of Russian narratives. And also it is important to say some recommendation about prediction, that it is some range for prediction. It comes from 1 week till 1 month, and we can also emphasize that it comes to from commercial sphere, and it was used, for instance, in different software that we are using. It is to find some election cycle and particular geopolitical crisis and so on. And it is also comes like evolution of narratives can help track long period and have, of course, retrospective analysis. So, and next slide, please. So the current state of Russian narratives in the Ukrainian target audiences has some positive and negative aspects. It comes, it is some examples. For instance, in 2023, in November, that we have some changes in our society, in Ukrainian society, and also it is we have successful national narratives about faith in Ukrainian victory, willingness to endure wartime hardships for a long time, and also we had some negative aspects about penetration of some Russian narratives. It comes from the relationships between political leaderships of country and the command of the army. It was some statistics that come from our social research, and I mean Ukrainian one, and also it was recognized like success about this. And so this is next slide. This is some aspect that narrative, Russian narratives comes to Ukraine, and it help. It can be recognized like to create some countermeasure narratives, or it is also possible to use for recognize this and to understand what is the main idea and what is the main purpose of this. So, and we have different also approaches about this, and I used this approach to divide in different target audiences in scale of population of, for instance, it is population of Russia, this number one, population of Ukraine, number two, and also population of NATO countries and other one. So, and it is also some information that it is more than 50% of experts market that disinformation and misinformation topped list of the world's biggest short-term global risk of the first time. It is like my main problem, and it comes from some report from the World Economic Forum 2024. So we have 13 different cycles, and next slide please. It is some kind of popular Russian narratives against Ukraine, and one of them it is nuclear coercion, and it is the same like nuclear blackmail, and we studied this kind of narrative. And also next slide please. We concentrated our attention about different narratives, and for instance, one of them it is about Europe will freeze in winter, and also it comes not only Europe will freeze in winter, and also it comes for us today that Ukraine will freeze in winter. And as we have connections nuclear power plant, and of course it comes to nuclear coercion. So next slide please. and this is some example about finding and researching some statistics about frequency of mention in official and non-official websites, and it comes like statistics, and we use it different models just to recognize about behavior of this narrative, and we have like some template, and we use it like font publication, and also some bottom of this curves, and preparation for attack, and also we don't have any activity. Also we have some, I just mention about that template on the slide, and we also have some attack, and correlation with this template helps us to understand if we use retrospective analysis, behavior and place of dynamics of the narrative. And also the same, we have next slide please. Behavior about Russia is at war with NATO, and this kind of Russian narratives also has some relationship with nuclear blackmail, and it is like some connection about this, because we have support from NATO countries, and Russian blackmail against NATO countries helps us helped us to understand about relationship with behavior of these curves, and also we find that it is that the narrative was in different stages, and one of them framed with red lines, that it is the same like on the template behavior, that it is in preparation before attack, but it wasn't testing. It was used testing data set. And next slide, please.
Give some time for questions also.
Okay, so how much time?
We have a bit more than 5 minutes time, so if you could come to the conclusions and leave some time for questions.
I see. Okay. So I prepared myself for 25. Okay, I will be faster.
Slides left.
And the next slide, please. And so the same, we use it for different narratives, and also we have for a deeper studying of nuclear coercion. We used sorry, we use different special software, for instance, Attack Index, Info, and MATLAB. And we have we divided all these groups of data. So we used big data, and for this reason, we prepared different methods of collection of this data and divided in different sentiment. We used this different sentiment analysis about positive, negative, and so on. And next slide, please. And also we have different activities, and so it was like so in figure number 1 about target audiences, we can find the different stages about this, about developing of Russian narratives. This is like start of invasion and establish of red line February till March 22. Stage number 2, it is like the Battle of Donbass and dirty bombs. This crisis from April till October 2022. Stage number 3, it is possible to recognize like tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus and erosion of treaties. It is in 2023, and the next stage is like doctrinal and electoral cycles. Europe 2024, and also the last one, it is like stage about forecast and new horizons of threats from 2025 till 2026. And next slide, please. In this slide, we use it like it was before. This about that 3 narratives around nuclear coercion, and this is like a kind of different informational operations, like because we are thinking that Russian narratives consist of group of different informational operations. So next slide, please. In this slide, I want to emphasize that we use different peaks and different dates, and it was like a testing period was 2024, and for this reason we have also different slides. So like explanation of this Russian narrative behavior, and also next slide, please. We have some kind of decision make, some kind of research about some group of target audiences, and we divided in the different sources of information, like next slide 2. And so we have some ratio of objective, and also we have some kind of ratio of frequency of publication from sources. And also we divided this kind of information in different target audiences. In next slide. And of behavior of Western Western decision-making authorities. We didn't have enough good decision in different period of times, and it was like some example of activities changes of information environment. And so in 2023 Russian narrative of nuclear coercion was the most successful because we didn't have enough support for counter-offensive operations. So as I don't have enough time, I want to finish my presentation on this slide. And so thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to answer for your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Vitalii. I think we have earned one question to Vitalii also.
We know there was a spike of real concern in the West and in the United States about Russian nuclear coercion and the escalation risk in September 2022. Did you detect around that time, or beforehand, or leading up to that, a big increase also in the volume or the intensity of that Russian messaging, which might have fed into that Western concern?
Of course. Thank you for your question. And yes, it was previous slide, please. It is possible. I want yes. And so in 2022 we have some peaks, and you can find that it was we detected 629 different messages, and it was 26th of October in 2022, and it, like before the UN Security Council meeting to discussion, Russians claimed that Ukraine plans to carry a duty bomb, and it also some activities from British Foreign Secretary James Coverley that called his American counterpart of Shevchenka rejecting it, and also the UN Security Council will discuss behind closed doors Russians' claims that Ukraine plans to detonate a duty bomb, so on. And we used different text messages from different sources, and it was very important for us to understand, not to collect only just statistics. We also used like some analytical aspects, and divide also in sentiment analysis, and for this reason we also comes deeper, and we divided also that collected data set through MBTI, for instance, cycle types, and divided audiences in different types with psychological aspects for understanding what is messages comes for which kind, for which part of population, and the target audiences as well.
Vitalii, for your presentation and information on that. I think you have earned a good applause, and thank you, gratitude from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria.
Please, Yuliia.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to talk today about the puzzle that sits at the intersection of strategic studies and constructivist international relations, and the title may seem very theoretical, but what I will try to do in my presentation is actually to show that the consequences of these conflating deterrence and compellence have very operational and immediate effect and repercussions. So I will give you just a few examples. It comes missiles here. The US have them in their inventory. Ukraine asked for these missiles back in February 2022, and it took 18 months until these missiles were delivered to Ukraine. But they were delivered with a certain restrictions that Ukraine cannot hit them deep into Russian territory. Another example, F-16 jets, 3-year approval process. Ukraine requested them also in February 2022. Biden approved them in August 23, and first aircraft arrived in Ukraine only in summer 24 again. The planes were, they existed, they were in inventory. NATO pilots were trained on them, and the delay in this process, almost to 3 years, was not a production capacity. It was a political deliberation and was framed as a defensive aid and framed as a defensive support to Ukraine. So what I want to say that this process has not only material or, let's say, rational explanation, but also discursive one. Oh, it doesn't work? Yeah. Let's see how Western officials describe any military aid to Ukraine. Biden announcing Abrams tanks in January 2023, he said, "We are building Ukraine's capability to deter and defend against Russian aggression over the longer term." What we hear here in this quote, we hear future tense, defensive framing. A very similar one, Chancellor Scholz announcing Leopard 2 tanks the very same week. He said, "These weapons are not offensive threat to Russia." So we see here explicit denial of offensive operation, and also denial that Germany is a party of the conflict, that is a belligerent party. The last quote, Stoltenberg, he consistently repeated through 2022 and 2023 that we are not part of this war. And by we, he meant NATO. So he drew the very categorical boundary line between alliance and Ukraine, and between participation and between support provided by NATO to Ukraine. So every major weapons announcement follows the same pattern. This what is called deterrence vocabulary. So it has very defensive characterization, it has very future discursive orientation, and it clearly shows, displays non-belligerent identity. Now let's ask, is it really strategic situation in Ukraine right now? Let me turn into the basic, and I'm sure you all know the difference between deterrence and compellence, and both categories fall under this umbrella term of the coercion, even though deterrence is something, some signals sent to your adversary, even don't think to do something wrong, yeah? Because you will be either punished, and then we have deterrence by punishment, or you won't succeed in your wrongdoings, and then we have deterrence by denial. What is characteristic features of deterrence? Deterrence is very future-oriented. Deterrence, which is very important, is actually a status quo logic. Meaning you cannot measure success of deterrence because the whole deterrence not allow something to happen, to preserve status quo. And that's why if you maintain the posture, if you maintain situation as is now, you are actually succeeding in your deterrence. But compellence, it's absolutely different logic, because compellence reverse ongoing attacks, and you impose costs that make continuation for your adversary unbearable. And success means that your adversary, your enemy, stops doing what he's doing right now, or he reverses his actions. So compellence, in contrast to deterrence, is very present-oriented, and it addresses offensive capability. This is basic. This is from Thomas Schelling back in 1966. And Ukraine's case is a textbook example of compellence. Because Russia has already attacked Ukraine, Russia occupies Ukrainian territory, and Ukraine's strategic requirement, its strategic goals, is forcing Russian withdrawal from occupied territory. So this is not to deter Russian aggression. This is to compel to reverse aggression, ongoing reversion. But what we see that Western official discourse describe its supports to Ukraine using deterrence terminology. Okay, the rationalist would probably say that they are confused. Maybe they, just use some universal terminology. But what I'm trying to show in my presentation that the vocabulary, it doesn't matter whether it's because of their not making any difference or because any of their intentions or their own strategic goals. What I try to show that this vocabulary produces consequences regardless of whether anyone recognizes this mismatch or doesn't recognize. And let me show how. Okay. So here's my, I will jump immediately to the mechanisms. Here's my core argument. As I said, Western officials systematically use deterrence vocabulary instead of complex vocabulary. And deterrence carries out built-in features. First of all, it's temporal orientation, operational connotation, and agential focus. And when you apply deterrence vocabulary to complex situations, these features also travel to the situation whether speakers recognize it or they don't. And this transfer produce actually three very important consequences. They produce what I call asymmetric compellence, a configuration where patrons, and in our case patrons are Western countries that support Ukraine, they are unbound from commitment to complex success, and protege, Ukraine, remain very bound by imposed constraints and limitations on execution. Let me stop briefly on these mechanisms. First one is temporal displacement. So as I mentioned, deterrence is pretty much future-oriented. And you are preventing something that has not happened yet. And the markers of this displacement can be like maintaining strategic stability, or building long-term military capabilities, or building capacity. So there is no specific end point, because you are prevented a future, and future might arrive and might not arrive, actually. And compellence is present-oriented. So what we see in the rhetorics of the Western countries from the very beginning of the invasion, Biden said that we will support Ukraine as long as it takes. In US-Ukraine bilateral agreement on military support, we read that building credible defense and deterrence capabilities for the long term. Again, if we listen to President Macron or Chancellor Merz, they continuously say, yes, we are going to provide air support, no-fly zone, our military boots on the ground, but only after the ceasefire. Only some agreement between Ukraine and Russia will be reached. This repositioning, this temporal replacement, has very material consequences. First of all, weapons arrive on timelines calibrated for long-term building capacity. This is what I brought an example of ATACMS and F-16 jets. When their delivery, if it's a long-term capacity, you can delay with this delivery indefinitely. And second very important material repercussion of this displacement, it pretty much defers accountability. Because if success is measured by future deterrent capacity rather than present compellent actions, Ukraine can still be occupied, but you can actually say we reached a success because we didn't allow the situation to deteriorate, to escalate. Yeah? Second important consequence is boundary maintenance. And this is where I would refer to such thing as the identity. I know it's probably very secondary thing to consider within a realist approach. But first of all, before the invasion, there were no common security identity between NATO and Ukraine. Ukraine always has been positioned as a country outside, even though this partnership was very important and the level of coordination was very, very high. Ukraine was probably one of those partners outside alliance who had a special council with NATO, and for some time Ukraine even participated in closed meetings. Second, Western states also has constructed their own post-1955 identity, being defensive actors. And this is what we IR scholars call ontological security, yeah? When not only your material security matter, but what also how you preserve your perception of yourself and whether this perception can be somehow challenged or triggered during the times of crisis. So when officials frame Ukraine support through deterrence language, they maintain this identity, being defensive alliance. And not a surprise here, it clearly says in NATO agreement that NATO is a defensive alliance here. What are the material consequences? Again, military support approved against not military utility or military needs of Ukraine, but against how they will contribute into escalatory management. Yeah? So if we let Ukraine to use ATACMS, we need to see whether they will defend Ukrainian cities, whether they can attack occupied territories and not allow Ukraine to hit deep into Russian territories. The same is true with F-16, and also another important narrative, this keeping of boundary between Ukraine and NATO member states, States by saying, our main goal not to let this war to spread out beyond Ukraine probably you heard this very recent scandalous statement by Ischinger, head of Munich Security Conference, actually saying that Ukraine providing a sort of meat shield to Europe, and by degrading Russian forces, Ukraine takes the majority of casualties and losses on itself. And third important mechanisms is agency repositioning. And these mechanisms we can trace through the success measurements. How Ukraine and its Western partners actually define success in this war. But before I switch to this, I need to say that deterrence vocabulary centers the deterrent interest. And when we say we are deterring Russian aggression, the subject of we are Western countries, while Ukraine being a compeller, someone who is executing compellence, Ukraine is taking a secondary role in this deterrence narrative. So Biden, when he was actually at the very end of his tenure, he said that, as I thought when Putin launched this invasion, I had two jobs. One to rally the world to defend Ukraine, and the other to avoid war between two nuclear powers. We did both. So in this success measurement, we see unity of the West, and we also see escalation management, not allow vertical escalation of the war, but nothing about withdrawal of Russia from Ukraine territory, nothing about real competent measures to stop Russian hostilities. Or we have another expression by Secretary of Defense Austin. We want to see Russia weakened to the degree that it cannot do the kinds of things that it has done in invading Ukraine. Again, the goal is not about Ukraine. It's the goal to degrade, to cause, to inflict Russia such amount of harm that will not make possible any further approachment to the borders of member states. No, and of course, with the change of administration in the United States, we see the shift of priorities into reaching of very rapid peace deal. Material consequences of this agency repositioning. So when we speak in the terms of deterrence, then Western countries, being deterrent powers, they define what support is actually adequate. It's not about Ukrainian needs. It's about escalatory management. It's about how this support is seen from Brussels, from Washington, from other European capitals. Another repercussion, what negotiation positions will be reasonable. And this is crucially important because if right now goals or success formulated in the terms of NATO being unified, nuclear war avoided, Russia weakened, Ukraine can continue be occupied. It makes it possible to normalize current situation, current war, and it can be settled down as a realistic settlement or as a durable ceasefire. Ukraine requirements like territorial restoration or justice or accountability for aggression, they become rhetorically constructed as maximalist demands and rather than legitimate goals of the war. This is what effects has agency repositioning. I see that I am running out of time, and my last slide, I want to focus how Russia perceives it, because this is the focus of our seminar. Actually, Russia perceives it like a hypocrisy from the Western countries, because when Western countries says, no, we are not part of the conflict, we are not belligerent, Russia says, no, 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 I am in the state of war with the West, because otherwise how should Ukraine without the West would sustain 4 years of active warship. But Russia also pretty much benefit from this situation because first of all, Russia observes that Western self-imposed constraint can be more reliable than Russian military defense. Do you need sophisticated air defense against ATACMS if you know that Western targeting restrictions already limit what they can strike? So vocabulary constraints is more binding than even material constraints. Secondly, Russia has observed this pattern with weapons delivery, and Russia sees that there is initial discussion whether we should supply something crucial to Ukraine or not. Then there is a pretty much delay process, and when it's supplied with restriction. The process takes around 12-18 months. And of course, Russia can adopt and Russia can manipulate this process. And finally, Russia exploits these divergent success metrics because if the West measures success through Russian degradation and escalation avoidance, then Russia can accept these significant casualties while retaining Ukraine's territory, knowing at the same time that Western officials will claim success through attrition even if Ukraine remains occupied. Yeah, I would rather answer a question. This is actually my last slide. I already mentioned that deterrence vocabulary has very immediate and very material, tangible repercussions. Why it's matter for Ukraine? Because it actually puts Ukraine in a very disadvantageous position at the negotiation. Why it matters for NATO? Because it undermines credibility beyond Ukraine in Baltic states, in Finland. And Taiwan actually is another candidate for this sort of effects because judging by the rhetoric of President Trump, the goal number one is to avoid any possible war right now with China. And finally, for Russia, it actually provides a lot of opportunities that can be exploited. Thank you so much.
I think we have time for one or two questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Juri Lavikainen from the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. I agree with your argument and conclusions. So what you seem to describe is that NATO had a strategy of defeat. So my question to you is how should we redress this problem and develop a strategy of victory instead? Because the danger, as I currently see, is that this will be repeated next time, and the results will be similar. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. So my advice, of course, will be clear: to skip entirely this deterrence posture, this self-defense and self-constraint, and finally admit that we are in a situation of the war with Russia, and war which is ongoing, which required relevant tools and measures. And those are compliant tools, meaning that it's not okay. Even, when Western countries, I will bring you an example, when Western countries announce their next package of sanctions, they provide very much specific about nomenclature of these weapons, how much, in what terms. This is not about like a constant partnership of two parties on the same side of the conflict. This is like a one-time support. You see Russia, we support it, but we are state aside. I think that Western Western countries should stop playing this sort of game and to admit that what is effective right now is real compellent measures like sanctions, embargoes, like very tough deadlines for negotiations, with not, this practice that you can lift deadline once you already impose it.
Thank you.
Alexander Goltz from South Sweden. Honestly, first of all, thank you for the brilliant presentation, very good and argumentated. The question is, in all this presentation, you more or less avoid another dimension of deterrence, nuclear deterrence. Like we or not, we should understand that all these strange movements and games, as you, in terms and determination of victory, they have very clear source. Russia is a nuclear power, and it's directly threatening West with use of nuclear power. All of us know a lot of examples, and Putin is very keen in drawing all these red lines, mostly imaginary red lines, because he said, not once he said, we will use all means we have in order to do blah, blah, blah. So, if, should be honest, we should and speak that NATO countries should accept that they are in war with Russia, the next step will be, are we overestimating Russian nuclear threat? Or we understand Russian nuclear threat? And the main question, how can we deter this particular threat? Not a threat to occupy Ukrainian territories, but threat of global nuclear war.
Mm-hmm. I want very quickly to react it. I completely agree with you. You see, I approach the same deterrence topic from a little bit different angle, how it is constructed. And the essence of deterrence is, of course, the question of credibility, right? And we, into the 11th year of war, 4 years of this cold phase, whether Russia's nuclear deterrence or threatening or blackmailing is still credible if we do know how many constraints China, for instance, imposed on Russia and the usage of nuclear power. And we have seen how these numerous Russian red lines were already crossed by Ukraine and Western countries, and nothing had happened. There was no nuclear retaliation. Maybe we are still in this, framework of nuclear deterrence from the Cold War, which should be revised given the new circumstances.
Thank you. We have got food for thought, and now it's time for food for stomach. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have almost half an hour break, and we will continue at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
be moderating or chairing this panel, session 2.2 on human resources. I won't take more time, so let's go with the first presentation, which is given by Nicola Fasola and Camilla Valle from University of Bologna, Italy, on the topic of beyond hardware, the human factor in Russian military strategic thought. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks everyone for being here. You're also very, very brave to be listening to two Italians talking about Russia in spaghetti English, so this is quite relevant. Now, as introduced, we're going to try to talk about the human factor in Russian military strategic thought. What do we mean by that? We use human factor as a sort of a broad label to define demographic, social, and psychological forces at large. And in this work, which is still in the initial phases, we're going to try to explore the role of such demographic, social, and psychological forces in Russian military strategic thinking, the contemporary Russian military strategic thinking, as we are able to understand and characterize it by looking at a vast series, a variety of Russian and Russian language sources, spanning from the Herald of the Russian Academy of Sciences to Vienna Missile and whatever is in between. Now, I'm going to be very brief on this very scholarly introduction to the topic. If we look at the broader field of strategic studies at large, maybe at the very least as it is treated in non-military universities, which I come from a non-military university, strategic studies does recognize the role of the human factor, but it's usually not prioritized very much, even though we have. Doesn't mean that it's not looked at all, but it's not prioritized in mainstream analysis on military affairs and strategic studies oftentimes, even though there are some relevant contributions that tell us that it is indeed quite important. Just look at Clausewitz, who recognizes as one of the three gods of war and strategy making this element of irrationality, which was all about, well, demographic, psychological, and social forces. Howard and Grain, the seminal contributions to the field, do emphasize social dimension of strategy, and so on and so forth, not to mention the decade-long scholarship on strategic culture, which does emphasize how cultural factors, social factors, intellectual factors shape war and strategy making, and for sure, thinking on war. Now, our argument, looking at the human factor in Russian military strategic thinking, is that demographic, psychological, and social forces are often implicit in Russian specialist discussions on war and strategy, and yet they are a strong intellectual thread. Considerations on demographic, social, and psychological forces influence, in particular, Russian assessments of the state of IR, opportunities and constraints to the pursuit of national interests, and the choice of strategic tools. And from this perspective, and though we are going to try to support this final statement better in the writing of the chapter rather than today in the presentation, we would go as far as arguing that Russia's military strategic approach is fundamentally human-centered, and even though technology and other material factors are indeed emphasized in Russian military lucubrations, there's a strong emphasis on these other elements, which I'm going to tell you about. In particular, Camilla and I see the role of these human factors being emphasized in two macro areas, if you want, of Russian military speculations, military strategic speculations. The first macro area is that of geopolitics and national security. And references at the human factor, differently defined, unfold across three interrelated levels. The first level is when Russian political scientists, strategists, and whatnot define the key attributes of quote-unquote real sovereignty. Now, the Russians have a sort of, let's say, dualist interpretation of sovereignty. They do recognize formal equality, but again, formally. From a substantive perspective, the Russians divide between states who are real sovereigns and all the others. The first category being the category of great powers. The first category, that of the real sovereigns, be in the category of the states whose sovereignty can trump that of other states legitimately, from their perspective. In practice, real sovereignty means having authority on the world stage and control over your own domestic affairs and the geopolitical area surrounding you. So having also a status rather than sheer power in international relations. Now, human factors here play a key role in defining the key attributes which lead a state to acquire and preserve real sovereignty. The Russians, in their discussions about what are the key features of real sovereignty, mention chiefly having a closed ideology, quote unquote. So this is seen as a necessary precondition for survival and agency in a globalized world, where authority and control are given up to supranational entities or diluted beyond the state level. Social and ideological consolidation, or even being impermeable to social and ideological influence from the outside, is seen as necessary not only to regime security, but also to the very process of identifying national interests and values and following up on them. And this, I think, gives us a hint as to why the Russian believes, especially since the 2020s, as to why the Russians believe that European states are not fully sovereign, because from their perspective, their intellectual elites are not sufficiently insulated from outside interference or strategic thinking, including and chiefly US strategic thinking. And also this tells us something as to why Russia enforces an authoritarian governance model inside the country that strives for fostering ideological and political homologation across the country. Finally, real sovereignty for the Russian thinkers seems to be strictly correlated with the preservation and strengthening of the country's cultural and civilizational identity, and having this cultural and civilizational identity is considered relevant, among other reasons, many of which have been mentioned by other speakers before, is considered key for the ability of Russia of acting as one of the poles in the forthcoming polycentric world order. So when discussing real sovereignty, these factors, the human factor features from a social perspective. But if we move on to the second level, we see the human factor being featured in Russian lucubrations in a different way. Human factor emerges clearly also in Russian discussions on geopolitical dynamics, state competition, and the so-called balance of potentials among states. Here, we will not be dealing with the human factor as a social factor or cultural factor, as I mentioned before, but this human factor as demography, so the number and ethnic characteristics of people. And I'll give you some examples. For example, on the pages of Военная мысль, in a paper published in 2013, various authors discuss the attributes that contribute to a country's geopolitical potential. And these attributes not only include capabilities, GDP, geographical size, and so on, but also the demography of the country, and in particular the number of inhabitants, which in turn are framed as the human capital at disposal of the country to sustain its development, but also to beef up its armed forces. And then there are various other speculations in Russian journals which mention the correlation of military power among states, which also includes not only the numerical strength of the armed forces, but also the moral and spiritual power of these forces, which is intended as the ability of a population to withstand war losses. And I remember a few papers by the Russians which sort of, with their very mathematical formalizations, try to rank different countries according to their ability to withstand war losses. And not surprisingly, the Russians and Ukrainians quite high above, high on top, and surprisingly, Italy scored very poorly, given our past historical experiences. So these reflections, I'd say, may seem trivial, but I believe they're not. And it's sufficient to compare what kind of reflections appear on the pages of Russian and Western military journals to understand this. If I go through the pages of journal, for example, Parameters of the U.S. Army War College, I cannot spot, honestly, even a single publication which focuses on this kind of elements in recent times. While these kind of reflections are widespread in Russian military journals, and so likely to be underpinning their planning or perceptions. Also speaks a lot about how the Russians conceive the use of human capital in warfighting operations, and surely connects, if you want, with their tendency to focus on mass attrition, the physical annihilation of the adversary's armed forces, as well as on other more non-military aspects, such as the ones that Camilla is going to talk about in a second. Last but not least, I like to talk about the third level within this macro area, where the human factor features, and very briefly, the human factor appears in a very holistic definition of what security is, whose ultimate referent object is not borders, interests, and allies, in Russian definitions frequently, but the Russian society as a whole. And here, I'd like to pinpoint a very interesting publication, still on Vienna Missile, 2021, called Using Security Models to Assess and Predict a Military Political Situation. There, again, in a very formalized mathematical way, the Russians try to compare various countries' potentials, and they try to compare different grades of security of different states, and they try to compute them by looking at two different coefficients, or rather, for them, state security can be formalized by looking at two different aspects, state coefficients, which are the sovereignty coefficient and the preservation coefficient. And these are seen in turn as a function of a country's demography, social technologies, defined as discoveries that expand the ecological niche of a people or a state and facilitate population growth in particular, a state's forming ethnos, the attraction parameter, which is net migration within a state, and the ethnic diversity parameter, which is computed as the ratio between a forming ethnos of a state and other state ethnicities. This, I think, tells a lot about also why Russia recruits a lot from the peripheries in order to reduce the effects of the war on the forming ethos, hence to reduce the effects of the war on state security properly defined in these terms. Now, I'm going to skip on this slide and pass on the floor to Camilla, who's going to conclude on the second macro area of relevance.
Thank you, Nicola. Have a good day, everyone. So within this environment, the current environment of strategic confrontation, where military forces are not anymore the only or the primary instruments through which state exercise power, Russian scholarship has identified the information space as the new arena where to pursue political objectives. Several techniques, such as disinformation, the manipulation of historical memory, or the diffusion of alternative facts, illustrate how now information psychological influence is stripped from its episodical function, and it is now framed as a permanent condition in Russian conceptualization of warfare. IPI can also be understood in a dual function, which can be offensive, where Russian strategists have identified young people and adolescents as the most susceptible targets to apply disinformation techniques, especially if those people strongly rely on social medias and digital platforms. But it also can adopt a defensive position, where it can sustain public support and legitimize internal politics. This idea was also conceptualized in the 2021 National Security Strategy, where it actually aims for the protection of from the external ideologies and influence. In this sense, identity, patriotism, and historical memory are considered as strategic assets. where identity can be perceived as a multidimensional in a multidimensional form, where it can bring together society, state, civilization levels and identities, and it forms the foundation for public cohesion. Lastly, social media platforms and messaging platforms now become strategic environments where the narrative can be constructed, amplified, and this can work both horizontally in between platforms by users, but also vertically from state channels to the population. The psychological pressure, disinformation, and exploitation of alien human capital were also core elements for the Russian hybrid operation of 2023. Drawing on a study that Nicola and I have conducted for a NATO stability policing project, we can say that Russia identifies and views migration as a sensitive variable that can be portrayed as a potential risk factor, especially to disrupt domestic policies and a state's own security. Because of the cross-domain effort that has information psychological influence, it is useful to target both the perception and the reaction of a society, while at the same time it has the power to externalize the cost of geopolitical exploitation, where third countries' nationals can be now used as asymmetric assets, at the same time limiting the cost for Russia's own human factor. The narrative that is constructed behind the instrumentalization of migration leverages also on broader European trends towards the securitization of migration and the loss of ontological security in a broader sense, bringing also institutional responses to become part of the battlefield now. For the Finnish case, for example, the dual difficulty into comply to international treaties that it has ratified, but at the same time the need to preserve its own security and sovereignty, has led the country to find itself in a position that it's described as hypocrisy. It incurred in these hypocrisy costs. Finally, now in the Russian perspective, we can say that winning is not anymore linked into the kilometers gained or the territorial gains, but it's also considered in a way of how much it may manage to disrupt a social cohesion or the rising polarization that it has managed to gain, to obtain.
This concludes the presentation. And here's just a bit of a shameless self-promotion with some other publications and work I've been putting out, and soon followed up by work with Camilla. So thanks a lot for the attention.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. Now it's time for Q&A. So, please.
Thank you. My name is Jakub Godzibinski. I'm from the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. I appreciate very much your presentation, but my issue is that you have focused mostly on the defensive aspects of human dimension of the Russian policy, while there is also an offensive aspect to this. I think about this issue of controlling other minds, in a sense. This issue of how would you somehow present this in this context? Reflexive control.
We need for the online.
Yes, but I would collect other questions.
Okay, yes, okay. So, yes, we can call it a couple of questions. That's a good idea. So.
A short question, a very detailed one, about the victory and its definition. Do you see the the change happening also in the theoretical, in science, in terms of science, or it's just practical terms what comes to the war in Ukraine at the moment? It was mentioned that the victory is disruption rather than territorial gains. So does it affect to the theoretical foundation of military science, or is it just a practical day-to-day basis of a definition what comes to the war in Ukraine?
Okay, maybe one more question and then I'll let you answer.
Thank you for the presentation. In my mind, there is clear contradictions in Russian approach to so-called human factor. From one hand, they pay so much attention to this human factor, but for another, Russia is falling in demographical hole. Tell me, can you please tell us, did this contradiction reflect somehow on Russian military theoretical thinking? Thank you.
Okay.
So great questions. Thank you. I'm going to start from the last one, actually, which is fresher in my memory. So I would fully agree. There is indeed a contradiction for a state that, at least theoretically, puts so much emphasis on the demographic factor, with people being seen as, well, basically as ammunition for war-fighting purposes. Well, Russia is in a very bad state from that perspective. Now, at the theoretical level, this is not specifically mentioned, but from my reading, there is sort of you can get a feeling of, well, we are not scoring too well from that perspective. Also, if you look at some of the forecasts by Russian military strategists on, well, how Russia is going to be placed in 10, 20, 30 years vis-a-vis other great powers, Russia never scores on top above other great powers on those dimensions. They recognize the limitation for themselves and their projected great power status entailed in a poor demographics. That's for sure the case. But there's also, I think, that's also one of the reasons why, from a more practical perspective, Russia has invested so much within the context of the Ukraine war in, well, depleting Ukraine itself of human resources so much. Not just by, well, physically annihilating the military forces, but also targeting the civilian population, making so that as many civilians as possible flee Ukraine and never come back, and also by kidnapping Ukrainian kids, which, of course, has a very small role in the demographic trends of Russia in the future, most probably, still allows Russia to get some extra souls on its territory. Then the question about victory as not merely territorial seizure and gains. You're asking whether this features also in the public discourse rather than and in the military.
Is it also seen as a scientific change, or just because of the day-to-day battle in Ukraine?
In general, our reading of Russian military thinking, there's still a premium put on the direct control of the adversary's land to define what is military victory and what is not military victory. However, all these other elements that I've mentioned do feature prominently in the Russian discussions. So it's it's reasonable to believe that their assessment of what is victory is not based only on territorial gains, but also on how Russia is able to score in these other areas. So once again, it's not stated upfront, but we can logically infer from their discussions. Last but not least, about reflexive control and the offensive aspects of, I guess, psychological warfare in particular. Well, yes, Camilla sort of in passing mentioned that there is both an offensive and a defensive dimension to this exploitation of this social human factor. And for sure, this was one of the key venues of Russian strategic action within the context of the Russia-Ukraine war, but also more broadly in the strategic competition with the so-called collective West. Russia has tried to gain as much as possible, to foster as much as possible the incohesiveness among Western nations. And I'd say that given recent research on what is going on within NATO, while in 2022 we demonstrated a surprising cohesion, now we are slowly losing that cohesion. There's a very interesting paper published at the end of 2025, or well, during 2025, which clearly highlights how we are witnessing once again a split between south and north of NATO in terms of physical contributions to the alliance. Maybe not much in terms of rhetoric of support to the Ukraine cause or the alliance, but in practice, this split is happening again, and evidently there must be diverging interests underneath, and Russia might have contributed to that. Thank you.
Okay, let's collect a couple of questions.
Yes, Tor Buchwald from the Norwegian Defence Research Establishment. Would you say that this focus on the human factor is mostly quantitative? Because you mentioned yourself that the Russians really like to calculate everything in terms of war. Or is it more even spread between quantitative and qualitative thinking?
Thank you.
Have you come across any reference to the human factor at the top state decision-making level? I'm thinking of the indirect reference to, let's say, Russia as having certain advantages through continuity of leadership in representing the various other attributes of, sovereignty and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. After all, Putin has been there for a very long time. Or is any reference to the quality, the human quality of strategic decision-making just too sensitive a topic to really be addressed in these writings?
Now, on the quantitative versus qualitative nature of these speculations, I'd say that they're mostly quantitative. There's a lot of mathematical formulas which are very difficult to understand. Probably they are more esoteric than mathematical, but nonetheless. There's at the forefront you can see an attempt to formalize this thinking. The more qualitative discussions happen when we talk about, psychological factors of sorts or information warfare at large. There's some attempt at formalization as well, but I'd say less so than when the Russians compute correlation of forces and demographics and so on and so forth, which probably also has to do with the nature of that thematic area. It's difficult to compute psychological factors. And then the question about, the human factor in relation to the strategic leadership and so on and so forth. Actually, what you mentioned last is exactly what emerges from some publications. One of the elements which I haven't really mentioned, but emerged from our overview of the literature is that one of the key determinants of attributes which qualify a state as a real sovereign is an independent strategic thinking from the elites. And this independent strategic thinking basically comes from elite cohesion and the insulation of the elites from competing groups within the country, but also interferences from outside the country. And once again, in a negative fashion, that's one of the reasons that, this sort of argument underpins Russia's depreciation of Western leadership, or European leaders in particular, because they see them partially instrumentally, but also actually believing that, they believe that European leaders don't have independent strategic thinking, but they have been hijacked by other forces, the US and other ones.
Okay, thank you. I think we're running out of time, but let's thank Nicola and Camilla once more. And let's have our next speaker, who is Oleksandr Grable, King's College London Department of War Studies. He will be talking about irretrievable losses, casualties in the Russo-Ukraine war. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Actually, go to slide 7, if you please. Yep, there we go. And we'll go back to the beginning as we go. Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Okay, can everybody hear me? Hi, everyone. Well, you've had my name. I'm going to start with the bottom line up front rather than with the academic background. We'll circle back to that. But one of the things that I'm looking at is losses on both sides. This is the Russia seminar, but I also want to center this a bit more on Ukraine, and I'll be looking at it for both sides. And my primary determinant will be killed in action, because wounded is a bit more of a squishy, hard to define concept, whereas if someone is dead, very sadly, they're gone. Now, how can one determine that? Well, one of the things that I like to use is officially confirmed data for war amputees, and we do have that. Now, to set the stage for explaining why war amputees are relevant, it's necessary as we look at historical examples. You can see there that the KIA to amputee ratio for the UK in World War I, then for the US and Vietnam. The US and Vietnam is also relevant because, unlike in the bottom example, they had more difficulties with medevac, being deep in the jungle. Very often they were facing booby traps that severed limbs, much like happens to soldiers on both sides of the conflict with drones in Ukraine. And also they often were up against PAVN regulars with heavy artillery and other heavy weaponry. And the reason I focus on the GWAT up until, just to say, the Global War on Terror, up until the end of December 2006, is that is when the fighting was most intensive for the US military, when its medical system, therefore, was under the most pressure, and medevac conditions were therefore less ideal. So with that, what we're going to look at next is what the state of Ukrainian war amputees were up until the end of June 2023, according to an 8 August 2023 Wall Street Journal article. Okay, and I give Ukraine the US GWAT ratio. I give them the benefit of the doubt. I assume that they have as favorable a medical care system and medical evacuation capabilities as the United States military in the global war on terror. That is the low estimate there provided for total war amputees up to from the beginning of Russia's full-scale illegal invasion on 24 February 2022 up until 31 July 2023. The figure at the bottom was provided in September 2023 to the BBC by the Ukraine Ministry of Health about how many people had become war amputees in the first half of 2023. So that's not for the war alone. We have, however, not just had journalistic articles. We actually have had official data. This next table, which I will show shortly, is based off of the National Institute for Security Studies, the NISS, which released this information in an article on 6 August 2025. Now, if you look up the NISS, it's a .gov.ua site. It's official Ukrainian government data on war amputees up until the end of 30 November 2024. I also want to acknowledge that, as has been said, for example, in Maeve Kulanin's 26 August 2025 article in The Telegraph, that there is a cult of the tourniquet in the ZSU, which means that they leave the tourniquet on for too long sometimes, and therefore it causes the tissue to go necrotic and a limb is unnecessarily lost. But while giving that, I also want to highlight a report, or rather an article, in the Military Medical Research Journal by Joseph Madry and others in 2018, which stated that if a wound which is going to result in an amputation is taken by a soldier, whether or not that becomes an amputation is not materially affected or not very much by the golden hour, whereas other types of wounds which could be saved are affected by the golden hour. And as, for example, Svetlana Morinets's 6 August 2023 article in The Spectator highlighted, Ukrainian soldiers often are not evacuated within an hour, or 2, or 3, or 4. Sometimes they have to wait days for medical evacuation, and in the meantime, the worst has happened. But I wanted to account for the wastage with the idea of the cult of the tourniquet, even though that would indicate some problems in knowledge and application of battlefield medicine, and apply that to the official disclosures from the NISS. The low figure is the number of war amputees since the beginning of Russia's illegal full-scale invasion up until the end of November 2024. The higher end, and those were the number of amputations carried out in Ukraine. The high estimate is based on those that have been carried outside of the national health services of Ukraine, including abroad. And we know that we are helping the Ukrainians in NATO with medical treatment and providing care for their soldiers. So some amputations have been done abroad. Even discounting the cult of the tourniquet and therefore giving them a lower KIA to amputee ratio, you can see the result of what this suggests for Ukrainian killed in action. Now you're probably asking, well, surely, what of Russian data? Do we have Russian data? Yes, in fact, we do. Thanks to a heroic defector, Sergeant Alexei Zhilayev, who came over to the West with a full database from the Russian Ministry of Defense's main medical directorate for up to 30 June 2024 of people who had been treated within the military medical hospitals of the MOD since 24 February 2024. These numbers, 166,000 in total since the beginning of the illegal invasion, include the GRU and Wagner. So it doesn't exclude Wagner. It perhaps excludes the rebels, but it doesn't exclude Wagner. Of those 166,000, 3,200 of them were amputees. Mind you, these were not, unlike with the Ukrainian figures, all limb amputations. They were including amputations of fingers. But let's assume that this data is incomplete and therefore that all of these amputees are indeed major amputees. Let us also acknowledge that as is widely known, the Russian military medical system is inferior to that of the Ukrainian military medical system. So I've assumed that whereas the Ukrainians have as good, if not better, a military medical evacuation and care system than the US forces in the global war on terror, that the Russians only have it as good as the US did in Vietnam, so they're 60 years behind. Let's see the results. That's up to the end of June 2024. The previous slide was up to the end of November 2024. I also want to highlight here at the bottom the confirmed media zona figure. We'll be returning to that. It's currently about 164,000. From the period, you can see it's substantially lower. I also want to highlight that if I were to apply the Vietnam amputee, KIA to amputee figure to the Ukrainians to their low figure, this is what you would get. I have not therefore tried to make this as alarming as possible. But one thing I do want to highlight here is that the ratio that I showed where the Russians have, where the Ukrainians have about 28 amputees for every 28 confirmed amputees for every confirmed Russian amputee, about corresponds to the body exchange ratio over the course of the war. Okay, let's go back to the beginning now, since I showed you that. So, why even look at this? Is it even plausible? Well, I would argue that yes, you can. And you don't necessarily have to wait for the conflict to be settled, because that actually settles nothing. On the right here, you can see a copy of Winston Churchill's book, The World Crisis, in which he coined the phrase the blood test to measure whether the Allied strategy of attrition of the Germans on the Western Front was working or worked or not, because he was writing after World War I. And he used the 1924 Reichsarchiv figures to argue that no, attrition did not work for the Western Allies. The Germans inflicted significantly heavier casualties. However, General Edmonds, the author of the British Army's official history, disagreed with Churchill, pointed out that German figures were incomplete, excluded the lightly wounded, and needed to be revised up by 30%. More recently, in 2006, McRandall and Quirk challenged both Churchill and Edmonds and said that you would need to adjust German casualty totals up by 11%. I also want to add that the Reichsarchiv figures for German killed in action excluded 300,000 Germans who were found and confirmed to be dead by the Sanitätsbericht report that was released 10 years later, thus suggesting that Edmonds and McRandall and Quirk were closer to the mark than Churchill. But even for a long-settled conflict, therefore, as World War I, how many people died and how many were casualties? This question is not settled. Therefore, we can look at the present one. These are also currently outstanding. These are outstanding estimates from the dominant sources of the various losses. Now, I know President Zelensky just last week updated this figure and said it's 55,000. The BBC figure and what I've shown already, I hope, should make you question that. But what I want to focus on is Mediazona, because Mediazona has a good series of methods, solid methods. It's the gold standard. The confirmed estimates, I should hasten to add, are those that they have found through obituaries in the Russian press or on social media as of 16 January, and the estimated was based off of the numbers of claims in the claims court system of the Russian Federation for military-age males above a certain baseline. Okay, but let's look at Mediazona on its own terms without even reference to the officially confirmed data on Russian amputees. Let's just look at their officer KIA numbers. Their officer KIA numbers for that period would suggest that their total is wrong. Why? For a start, the Russian officer corps has a very strong tradition of leading from the front. In World War I, Russian officers became casualties at about the same rate as their enlisted men. If you read Krivoshev, whose picture heads the presentation, and he breaks down the killed in action of the various fronts in World War II, officers became killed in action at about their share of the strengths of the active duty fronts. In the Chechen Wars, Generals Lev Rokhlin and Anatoly Kvashnin led their troops near the front. In the 2008 Georgia War, very infamously, General Khrulev, the commander of the 58th Army, decided that it was a good idea to set a good example to lead his boys on a reconnaissance in force against the Georgians, and he got wounded in the first meeting engagement. So therefore, and also in the beginning of the war, Russian generals were noted to be killed in action, seen as a sign of low morale. But it's part of Russian military tradition. Furthermore, Russian officer casualties, this also holds true for the British Army, are much better documented than enlisted men, so that's a good reason to use this as a metric. But let's do a recalculation, because I do accept that the officer casualties for good reasons. They're better documented, and also Mediazona's numbers, as put out by the end of December 2023, about correspond very well to the work done by Reuters in January 2024, looking at the 2016 class of graduates of the Ryazan VDV Officers Academy for the number who've been killed. Okay, the Russian force has expanded, but let's all assume here to do a calculation on the basis of officer KIA that no new officer positions have been added in a force that's expanded 50% over its pre-war strength. Pretty brave assumption, and since men have been promoted from the ranks, it's quite a brave one. Let's also assume that conscripts can be used in combat. They can't, but let's assume that to add them onto the enlisted men numbers. Overall, this leaves us with 6 enlisted men to 1 officers. Let's also assume that because officers in the general staff, in rear area positions in the Navy, in the VKS, will be far less exposed than ground forces and VDV officers, that officers become casualties, wounded, killed at about half their rate of the force, total force for enlisted men, and assume that officer numbers of Mediazona are correct. The number there is at the bottom. about half their confirmed total. Now, one final objection I think I can hear you all saying is that, well, because the Russians are on the attack, they must be, especially in a positional war like this, they must be taking heavier casualties. There's the rule of thumb idea that a defender inflicts 3-to-1 casualties on an attacker, or heavier casualties on an attacker. Not always, and World War I again demonstrates this. And we're going to look at 1917. The photo here, this embrasure that you're looking at, is actually a photo I took in August 2025 at Grable. It's a destroyed German bunker. This bunker was destroyed and taken by the French army in the infamous Nivelle offensive that unleashed the mutiny of the French army in 1917. But even in that offensive that is widely seen as a failure, the Allies inflicted heavier casualties on the Germans, despite attacking in what was then the strongest defensive position of the German army on the Western Front. A few months later, the French army returned to this sector at the northwestern end of it for a rematch at Malmaison. And in a few days of battle, they advanced 6 kilometers, and you can see the casualty results. The French lost 14,000 men, but through the use of heavy artillery to destroy strong points and dug-in emplacements and to interdict resupply and reinforcements, conduct counter-battery fire, and with infantry sweeping in to finish off anybody who's left, they inflicted 3.5 times the number of casualties on the Germans. And again, the Germans were and are a first-rate army. These, by the way, units, by the way, included the Guards Corps of the Prussian army. So they were not up against B-line German troops. They were up against the A-team of the Germans, and that's what the French did in 1917 to the A-team of the Germans. If you also look at the Battle of Malmaison, again, the mixture I described, heavy use of firepower to destroy strong points and positions with use of reconnaissance to identify them, interdict any resupply, conduct counter-battery fire, and only then does the infantry move in, but swiftly and aggressively to finish anybody off. It corresponds quite well, if you watch Russian war footage on their media, to how the Russians assault positions, very much like French assault tactics. And furthermore, it's widely acknowledged that the Russians have enjoyed since the beginning a significant firepower advantage. So what is the conclusion from all of this, to cut back to the end? From open source, independently verifiable, and officially confirmed figures, we can conclude at least this. Russian killed in action heretofore are probably less than estimated. Ukrainian killed in action are probably more than estimated. This also means that Alex Vershinen's thesis, and if you all should have read his piece in Russia in July 2022, The Return of Industrial Warfare, that their strategy for winning the war is to destroy the Ukrainian army, and they will use this using firepower, relying on the superiority of the training of their soldiers and their tactics to wear down the Ukrainians at a highly advantageous ratio to themselves. And my presentation suggests that currently they're on track to do that. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Oleksandr. Let's collect some questions from the audience.
Thank you so much for very inspiring and provocative, I'll say, presentation, which gives a lot of material to think about. My question is, as far as I understood, your estimation based on official figures of manpower of Russian armed forces before the war and during the war. But let me say that we are speaking not about real people. We are speaking about places in staff lists. Russian armed forces before the war never reached the number of 1 million. It's absolutely clear. We have something between 700,000 to 800,000. The same about figures about 1.5 million. It's more or less clear that Russia did not reach this number during the war. Thank you.
Dr. Goltz, isn't it?
Yes.
Dr. Goltz, what you just said would not at all contradict what I said, because officer positions are going to be filled. Enlisted men, not so much. And if the force is therefore smaller and there are a smaller number of enlisted men but the same number of officers, apply the same ratio, that would actually lower the estimate on the basis of officer KIA that I supplied.
Okay, look, I cannot give you figures, but my experience says that number of officers is also much lower than it is mentioned in official documents.
Is it though? Because officer positions tend to pay well, the military pays well, and it's very much the heart and soul of the Russian military to be an officer, much more than it is to be a soldier, even if the old Soviet song is, we're proud of our high rank conscript private. No, people want to be officers, and furthermore, as I explained, Russian officers have a very strong tradition of leading from the front. They'll expose themselves to danger. Their men also expect it of them. So, but either way, it wouldn't materially change what I demonstrated, the fundamentals of it.
Okay, thank you. Do we have other questions?
This is very interesting. I mean, it's a courageous analysis of the numbers, but I don't agree with your assessment. I'm going to tell you why. I appreciate the work you put into this, though. I think this is quite helpful. So, Mike Hoffman from Carnegie. I don't think the Russian casualties are an underestimate. The estimates that people work with are a composite from not just hospital records, but also unit records, and the nature of the casualties on the Russian side has changed over the course of the year to year, fighting in this war. Here's a couple issues that I see in this analysis, like in the assumptions. First, on just going off ratios of like officers to the rest of the force, here's a big issue. First, actually most of the Russian force hasn't been fighting that way since 2022, and I'll tell you why. Wagner troops and convicts did not fight with officers at all, and didn't even have any of them fighting with them. And most of the Russian military has been fighting this war with an assault troop contact layer that is regenerated by new recruits that receive 2 weeks of training, that go forward with no officers. A person is assigned and told that they're going to lead that formation based on what they saw in training. In fact, the entire last year's casualties in 2025, most of the assaults are led by drone, just as the Ukrainian military. The officer who commands the unit, the assault, commands it by drone, removed directly from the battlefield. So if you're just going off of officer ratios to losses, that might be a useful way to look at casualty composition from the first year of the war, but by the time you get into 2023, it's already not a very good one. By 24 and 25, it's almost completely irrelevant. Actually, most of the forces Russia is fighting with is, from my point of view, doesn't fight that way at all. And officers have not been leading most of these units for a very long time. It's just not the nature of it. And you see most of the troops, the way they're fighting, and also keep in mind, you have a substantial percentage of Russian casualties that are amongst convict-used units or other types of personnel. But in general, you have a basic problem, which is the Ukrainian military has visually confirmed via drones Russian casualties, KIA, and those who are seriously injured, dramatically in excess of what your estimate would suggest. So you have like a basic input-output problem, where one has to wonder what to believe, the table death studies or the mountains of visual evidence, and that's the issue we run into. But it's an interesting debate to have, right? I will agree with you that Ukrainian casualties are naturally likely higher than what officially stated for a particular reason. Both sides in this war have very large numbers of personnel who are MIA, who are not listed as KIA, and this is particularly true on the Ukrainian side. Now, Ukraine enjoys a favorable casualty ratio to Russia, but Ukrainian casualties are not insignificant either. So two things can be true. The official number could be something like 40,000, but you have a substantial number of MIAs, which if you were to count as KIAs, would raise that number by some amount. Anyway, I'm sorry, but I think this is a helpful talk. And some of the contrarian you've presented, but nonetheless interesting for the overall debate.
Well, Dr. Kaufman, this actually is one of my mainstays because it's officially confirmed data because Sergeant Yuliia defected with the main medical directorate's database for all Russian wounded who'd been treated in military hospitals since the beginning of their illegal invasion up to 30 June 2024. And those numbers included Wagner fighters. So therefore, and also it does show that data does show what you demonstrate, which is that officers made up 17% of all hospital admissions in 2022, down to 6% up in the first half of 2024. This is still the output that we get, and this is still with me weighting it in favor of the Ukrainians by assuming that they have a much more efficient medical evacuation and care system than the Russians. Furthermore, once again, the Russians have a substantial firepower advantage. They fire many more shells than the Ukrainians. They have drone-corrected artillery. According to President Zelensky, that for every bomb the Ukrainian Air Force drops, the Russian Air Force drops 30 on the front line. This is a far greater tonnage of high explosive being deployed on target onto the Ukrainians than it is onto the Russians. And we know from World War I and World War II that when that happens and that fire is well aimed and accurate, and from Russian war footage you can see that it is definitely so, we know what happens to the force on the wrong side of that.
Great.
Thank you. Davis Petraitis from Baltic Defense College. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I've been doing my own estimate based on different sources on the casualties, and unfortunately I agree with you, not with you, Mr. The thing is that we still are concentrating on slightly not the right thing. In Russian military mentality, casualties means nothing. What means in Russian military thinking is how able you are to restore your military power. And unfortunately, we see the case that Russians are able to regenerate the soldiers by recruiting programs which allow them to get them, and Ukrainians unfortunately not. And it doesn't matter how big casualties Russia takes. Unfortunately, based on my experience, they are able to swallow those casualties. What they worry on new recruitment. Thank you.
I disagree with that assessment entirely about the relationship of human life and Russian military thought and Russian military practice. These are not light casualties. Russia is an older society, it is a less populous society, and it is a traumatized society. This is just up to 2024. There have been another 18 months of war. The Russians have very likely killed in action, in my estimate, at the very least, equal to those of the US and Vietnam. Those are not light losses. So yes, the Russians are willing to absorb casualties, but to say that Russian life has little value, or even no value in Russian military thought, of the life and value of an individual is not borne out by Russian military history. It's not how Catherine the Great fought against the Turks. It's not how Alexander fought and his generals fought against Napoleon. It's not how Alexander II fought against the Turks. And also, if you look at the opening battles in August 1914, the Russians were the ones with the most advanced artillery doctrine and employment. Always far quicker off the mark than the Austrians or even the Germans to have their guns up in front, to make sure that the enemy was suppressed and that if their men were going onto the assault, that they had fire superiority and that they could close and kill the enemy. And this is part of the reason why the K and K Armee met such a horrible end in August and September 1914. Now, the Russians did run out of shells, for which the Tsar's government rightly never recovered. But the thought, the doctrine, and the practice while the ammunition lasted was on ensuring that the enemy suffered heavier casualties while sparing the blood of their soldiers. The Russians fight, in my estimation, like any Western European or North American military would.
Okay. I think that we're running out of time, but let's give a round for Oleksandr. Thank you for your presentation. So let's move on to our last presentation given by Charlie Walker from University of Southampton. Britain. His presentation will deal with personnel shortages in Russia's military-industrial complex, assessing current education and employment strategies. Please.
Okay, thanks everyone for having me. So yeah, the paper I'm presenting is about labour shortage in Russia's military-industrial complex, the OPK, and it focuses specifically on recent efforts to overcome this shortage. So the OPK currently employs about 2 million people, has approximately 1,400 defence industry enterprises. There are also a range of civilian industrial goods such as metalworking products, consumer electronics, agrochemicals, etc., that are not exclusively OPK but support military activity and are therefore relevant here. So the OPK has been under considerable pressure since 2014 due to Western sanctions, of course, which exposed how dependent the Russian defence industry was on a wide range of components that Russia couldn't produce itself. And since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, this pressure has become even more intense. And a lot of the research on the OPK is concerned how it's able to get around sanctions through secondary partners and forms of import substitution. In addition to sanctions, a second obvious major problem faced by the OPK is its long-standing personnel deficit, which includes both highly qualified and lower qualified workers in the OPK itself and in parts of the manufacturing sector that support it. And this challenge has received much less attention from Western experts than the challenges surrounding sanctions. So like Russia's dependence on foreign defence technology, the personnel gap in the OPK is a long-term structural problem exposed by and exacerbated by, but long predating the current war. And it's a symptom of the wider challenge of modernising systems, both military and educational, that were inherited from the communist era. So central to the modernisation of Russia's education system has been its reorientation from a supply-driven to a market-led dynamic after it was decoupled from the command economy. And this market reorientation has ultimately resulted in a sort of long-run drift, both in the number of graduates of secondary vocational colleges and of the higher education system who are qualified in subjects required by the OPK, and in the uptake of jobs in the sector by qualified graduates who can, of course, choose to work wherever they want to in a market system. The State Duma Committee of Education reported in 2013 that the average age of workers in the OPK was 56 years, with 30% over the age of 60 and a huge gap between 35 and 45 years. So a large part of the drift can be explained by the OPK's failure to attract young people in a market economy. And over the past decade, and especially in the last few years, the Russian government's pursued a range of educational and labour market policies in order to re-establish a closer fit between the education system, young people's aspirations, and the skill needs of the OPK. And this presentation comes from a project which is really just sort of mapping these policies and assessing how successful they've been so far and how successful they might be in the future. And I'm going to begin by, sorry, I'll just go back one there. I'm going to begin by setting out the scale of the manpower challenge and then look briefly at the main labour market and training mechanisms that are being used to attempt to tackle this, before then focusing on a relatively new federal vocational training programme called Professionalitet, which is forging close links between the secondary vocational education colleges and employers in the real economy, including the OPK, and has expanded rapidly since it was established in 2022. I'm going to focus on Professionalitet first because I think it's the most significant development in this space in terms of the potential impact that it's going to have on the sector, and second because I think it's significant in terms of political capital, both because of the backing that it's received from the top and in regard to its potential impact on state society and civil-military relations on the ground. It also provides material for reflection on path dependence and institutional inertia in the Russian military, and in that regard, I'm going to refer to my former colleague Julian Cooper's work on the Russian economy and the military economy in particular from a few years ago, which is still relevant in terms of understanding how Russia's approaching economic problems and the significance of survivals and legacies from the Soviet era, which have become more and more apparent, obviously, over the past decade. So this is a Russia Strategic Initiative project which is looking at OPK personnel strategies both at the national and regional levels. So I'm going to be doing case studies in Leningradskaya and Ulyanovskaya Oblasts. It's still very much work in progress, so today's paper is a broad overview. I certainly don't have the crunched numbers that we saw in the last presentation, but I do have a bit of data there. But I'm also going to be drawing on my existing research on the vocational education and training system and employment in the industrial sector in Russia, which I've been engaged in really since 2004 when I conducted my PhD research, which was based on links between vocational colleges and enterprises in Ulyanovsk. And this continued then with ethnographic research in St. Petersburg and in Moscow, return visits to Ulyanovsk, so studies in 2010, 2012, 2015, and a sort of ongoing digital ethnography since 2010, which I'm still engaged in through sites such as Contactia. Okay, so the scale of the manpower challenges facing the OPK is fairly well publicised both inside and outside of Russia. Official estimates of the workforce gap range between 140,000 and 400,000, with a split of 40% trained workers and 40% different types of engineer. Obviously, since 2022, military conscription and the brain drain effect of people leaving the country to avoid this have had a big impact. And in the context of the war, there's massive competition for labour within the wider economy, where the overall labour shortage is forecast to reach between 2 and 4 million by 2030. So reflecting all of this, the main sort of short-term fix used by the sector to plug the personnel gap has been to raise salaries. You can see some of the massive figures involved there, and to attract workers from other towns and regions by offering accommodation, the VACT method. And so an in-depth report by BBC Russia recently painted a very bleak picture of working conditions in the sector and also showed the scale of labour demand and difficulty of meeting it with regional job advertisements. These salary figures for example, Svarshiki and Tokari, when I started interviewing people who had these qualifications in 2004, they were lucky to get sort of 4,000 ruble salaries. Also widely reported as quite sort of spectacular examples, such as a factory in Kazan employing 14 to 18-year-olds. In Sverdlovsk, meanwhile, 250 prison inmates were sent to work at Ural Vagon Zavod. So clearly there have been some rather desperate measures. But these sorts of firefighting mechanisms and methods have, they should basically be able to keep production going as far as the current war is concerned. But the bigger problem, of course, is not just having workers to keep production going for now, but it's about replacing the skilled workforce that's rapidly aging out of the sector. And to achieve that depends more on strategies related to education and training than on short-term labour market manipulation. And in that respect, we've seen a number of approaches which were intimated in the strategy for the development of multi-level education system in the defence industrial complex for the period up to 2025 and beyond. This was an update on a previous strategy that ran from 2009 to 2015. And the first sort of concrete development to come out of this was the Federal Personnel Centre for the OPK, the Federalny Kadrowy Center, established in 2015. And this has a number of functions, one of which is to create a reserve of high potential leaders for top management positions across defence organisations. Centre also has monitoring functions looking at training needs. But in terms of actually replacing highly skilled workers, the most significant part of the Federal Personnel Centre is the system of targeted training, Tselovoye obuchenie, which it facilitates, whereby students can apply to receive funding for engineering, technical and IT programs at 128 higher education institutions with 5,000 OPK organisations. You're obliged to work there for 3 to 5 years. You get stipends, housing assistance, as well as, of course, free education. Kalashnikov being one example of one of the partners for this. So this echoes the Soviet raspределение system, whereby higher education graduates would be given mandatory assignments often in far-flung parts of the Soviet Union, would often try and subvert those contracts through personal connections. And similarly, reports suggest that approximately half of the graduates who go through targeted training don't take up the contracts that they're offered. They can simply, or up to a point, they could simply pay a fine to get out of that. So, ultimately, career paths in areas such as IT remain better paid. They offer probably better work-life balance and life choices. You can work in coffee shops on laptops instead of working in a monotown. And so you can see why lots of university graduates would not go through with these. And ultimately, a key problem with this approach is, how much can the state insist on employment in sectors that young people might not want to work in? The more that this is enforced by the Federal Personnel Centre, and this is one of its functions, the less likely people might be to sign these contracts in the first place. Having said that, the number of graduates entering the OPECR through this route does seem to be going up, although it's hard to get concrete data. Total number of targeted training graduates across all sectors has grown by 3.5 times over the last 5 years. It's currently around 145,000. So OPECR graduates are a proportion of those. And this is why it's actually better, I think, to look at the regional level. So, for example, in Bryansk Oblast, we know that 35 graduates joined OPECR enterprises in summer 2025. I'm going to have to sort of drill down at the regional level for my own data search. Much bigger numbers of students seem to be involved in the Professionalitet system. So this was established in 2022. They started with 150,000 students in 22, and they intend to expand to 2 million by 2030, and they're approaching a million students involved in that already. This has had very strong political backing, including from Putin. This comes from the website of a college in Bashkortostan. You can still see the sort of choices that you're faced with when picking a program of study at this college, which is heavily advertising the Professionalitet system, but also you can see adverts for joining the army. This is, of course, a problem that these young men face, like either of these choices. So like Silovoye Obuchenia, which mirrors the Soviet Raspredilenia system, Professionalitet, as this article observes, essentially revives the Soviet-era relationship between vocational colleges and enterprises in the real economy. And this is sort of a reversal of the key development in the vocational education sector during the post-Soviet period, which was to open the sector up to market forces and to respond to the needs of the new market economy. So during the 2000s and the 2010s, there was a movement to establish new service sector professions in these colleges to slim down the thousands of narrow technical professions inherited from the Soviet era. New forms of social partnership were hoped to emerge between the sector and new state and commercial partners. And a lot of this was about the fact that IVEC colleges were very expensive to maintain. So people like Yaroslav Kuzminov regularly made this argument, and that they needed to raise their own funds by, for example, training unemployed citizens through contracts with the employment service. In reality, what materialized in the 2000s was a very gendered system in which young women would train in areas like hospitality, and young men would still be training in colleges that were trying to channel them into enterprises in the industrial sector that were offering poverty wages and no prospects at all, and they would go off and work in the black economy, migrate to bigger cities, generally try to earn a living however they could, rather than working in these enterprises. It was kind of a zombie system, as I referred to it in one article. So most of the work that I've published in this space has been about the collapse of this relationship between working class young men and stable forms of industrial sector employment that could underpin transitions into adult masculinity and breadwinning status, which is what they aspire to. And the failure of the new market economy really to deliver anything but insecurity and false promises of social mobility. And it's this body of research that leads me to believe that Professionalitet's attempt to reform the links between these colleges and state-backed enterprises in the real economy, both military and civilian, could be very successful, and certainly more so than targeted training programs for higher education graduates, because there's simply more alignment between this policy and young people's aspirations. If we look, for example, at the attitudes of my respondents to the upturn in prospects at these same enterprises in the 2010s, when military orders started to come in, things immediately started to get better for people. In research in 2010 and 2013, many respondents expressed a preference for state sector employment, going back to the enterprises that they'd previously avoided. And there was a positivity about the broadly statist direction that the economy was starting to move in at that time, when we saw a general trend towards state consolidation in the wider economy. And this feeling underpinned a sense that finally ordinary workers were being recognised in ways that they hadn't been for some time. So overall, I think that the reconstruction of strong links between vocational education institutions and industry will be broadly welcomed by the social group that I've focused a lot of my research on, which is ultimately the target of this new system. Also, we know that employment in the OPK, like industrial sector employment more broadly, is important for social stability, and reforging these links between colleges and enterprises will most likely strengthen the political capital that the wider state consolidation of the economy has generated, particularly in regions with less diverse economies. So, a couple of minutes left. Yeah. Okay, so this reconstruction of education to industry links also tells us something about the ongoing importance of Soviet-era approaches to planning problems in Russia. So the theme of path dependency has often been explored in relation to political structures and continuity of elites in wider post-socialist context. In the economic sphere, Julian Cooper's work I've found really instructive, and that was sort of key in illuminating socialist-era survivals and legacies, in his case, in the defence industry and the military economy. And Cooper argued that in a precedent piece from 2012 that a number of examples of institutional inertia could be seen both in the way that Russian military approached challenges, so the tendency for developing every element of a technology in-house rather than outsourcing, for example, and also the way that the state continued to offer massive soft budgetary constraints to the military economy. So Cooper argued that a strong case of path dependency is not being asserted, rather a matter of political, economic, institutional inertia. And I think what we can see in Russia's attempt to plug the personnel gap in the OPK fall into the same category of falling back into institutionalized patterns and relationships that work in the Russian context. They work much better than the sort of Anglo-Saxon type approach that was being taken, I think, sort of 20 years ago. The difference now is that while in the 2000s and 2010s, institutional inertia was seen as a kind of impediment to market transition, certainly to an Anglo-Saxon type of market. Now it's clear that in some areas these forms of inertia are embraced because they're the best way of achieving Russia's objectives, and market transition has receded in importance, or rather it's a different type of market transition, perhaps closer, if we think of sort of varieties of capitalism, perhaps closer to the sort of coordinated market capitalism that we see in countries like Germany and Finland. With regard to the personnel gap in the OPK, dealing with this is still going to involve extensive and expensive firefighting mechanisms for the foreseeable future, albeit there will be at least more lower qualified workers coming through. Longer term, if it's the case that the lower qualified workers are the ones that the OPK is having more success in recruiting, then this will potentially have a sort of downgrading effect on the sector, which may not be a problem if it's all about drone production, but as we heard in the keynote this morning, that might not be the case. We don't really know where that will go. Okay, that's all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions then.
Thank you very much, Margrethe Klein. Thank you so much for your presentation. Very interesting. I'm just curious to hear whether you see that there is a chance that veterans coming back from the war, once there is a ceasefire, could be used to fill the gaps in the arms industry. Because, of course, according to the law, they can go back to their previous positions, but it might not be as attractive since they left from there. And it could be a double win for the leadership, too, because those people will be left without any thing to work on, accustomed to high wages and very brutal. So it could be a double win for the regime to put them into the labor market of the arms industry. Do you think this is kind of a feasible scenario?
Thank you. Actually, that's something that I'm proposing as a research project for RSI as well, looking at what happens to veterans when they come back. We need a lot more research on that. Ultimately, though, I think it is quite problematic because of the physical demands of the sort of work that you have to do as, CNC lathe operator, something like that. And we just heard about the amount of amputations and, lost fingers and these sorts of things. I know even from one of my personal contacts about 2 guys who came back to the factory, but they aren't really doing what they used to do. And, they're more dependent on pension payments now. It would, in theory, be a great win, but I think in practical terms, I suspect it might not work. Also, as long as you're still enlisted, you're not allowed to take up that employment. They could change the law on that, but as long as if you're just sort of on leave from the army and ready to go back in again, I don't think that you can then take up full-time employment according to current employment law. Thanks. Yeah. You need a microphone.
You've, I think, very ably demonstrated that a big part of their problem is they aren't paying people enough. How much is that due to flaws in the Gosoberonzakaz system with delayed payments, deferred payments, and how they make enterprises pay for it while the state tries to avoid its responsibility?
Sorry, the issue of not paying people enough. To be honest, I think that's more of an issue for university graduates who have other options, such as the IT sector. Not being paid enough and not being on time is something that the majority of workers in Russia would be very familiar with and have been for a very long time. I get the sense that things have been a lot better in the last 10 years than they were certainly in the 1990s and even in the 2000s. Across the industrial sector, I think that money has flown in a lot more there. So yeah, I suspect that things are better. So if I gave a different impression, that's more about the ability of certain sectors, especially offshore working. It's difficult for the upper car industries, I think, to compete, say, with someone offering offshore employment as an IT worker. They've got no overheads to think about. They can offer whatever, So regardless of dysfunctional elements of management, I think it's just difficult to compete with that.
Yeah, this might be something you haven't looked into, but we sometimes hear about the production equipment being exploited so much that it breaks down or it's not as efficient anymore. Do we know that if they got all the people they wanted into the industry, that the production equipment would be there for them to do the job they're supposed to do?
Well, if your job is remontnik, then I think that's the point. You need remontniki because things break down, and I think that's a characteristic feature of Russian enterprises. It has been for a long time that they have to keep things going. But yeah, I wish I could get into factories to look at that in more detail.
An interesting policy dilemma we've observed is that despite having shortages of skilled labor in some military-industrial enterprises, women are often excluded from working in those factories by Russian law. Have you seen any discussion about expanding the range of military-industrial enterprises that women can be trained to work in order to address those shortages, or is it still very clearly a line they don't want to cross?
Thank you for that question. Those conversations, I'm looking for them, and I haven't found them yet. And I think that line hasn't massively been crossed. There has been an increase. I didn't present any concrete figures there, and I don't have them to the hand here. But in the last few weeks when I've been looking at this, I have seen that there has been an increase in women's employment in the upper car and in the manufacturing sectors, in the wider sort of real economy.
But I haven't seen state-level discussions about bringing more women in. They might be there.
Just before the war, Darius Petraitis from Baltic Defence College. Just before war, it was the initiative from the Ministry of Defence to establish two factories, auto track repairance factories, with around 2,000 or 3,000 of workers. And there are rumors that it would be some kind of option offered for young people who don't want to be conscripts in the line units to join those factories. Do you know something about the continuation of this project?
Thank you. Yeah, there are definitely some factories where you can do your military service at those UPK enterprises instead of going into the army. So that's one of the sort of firefighting mechanisms that I don't think I listed that one, but that's one of the mechanisms, like using prisoners as well. So there are a number of mechanisms like that to get more people on the machines, and I have seen examples of that. I don't think it's a blanket policy. I think it's just certain enterprises that have been able to do that.
If there are no questions, I could ask maybe one. So, as we know, Russia is a big country. So, is there some regional variation or variation by military districts where the shortage is the most severe in a way? Do you have some idea about that?
So I mentioned a BBC report in the presentation, and they have a fantastic graphic showing where all of the military-industrial complex is most sort of concentrated. I mean, this is something that would go back to sort of Soviet-era research. I'm so sure we've had data on that before. But even in Moskovskaya Oblast, around Moscow, still has an awful lot of enterprises. I suppose this is changing as the military-industrial sector changes, and you do get smaller organisations. There is a bit more outsourcing now, and that's something that Julian Cooper was talking about, sort of coming in the 2010s. That you are getting a bit. We were starting to see sort of 10 years ago more of that outsourcing rather than trying to do absolutely everything in-house. And if there is more of that outsourcing, then you start to get more sort of geographical mobility and where the enterprises are and therefore where the vacancies are. But yeah, concentration around Moscow, which I was quite surprised by.
If there are no more questions, we could maybe conclude this session and go to lunch. Let's give a round to Charlie still. And all the panelists.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. My name is Katri Pynnöniemi, and it is my pleasure to be a chair of this panel on Russian military thought. I've been really waiting to hear all the presentations today, and we will work according to the program and in a way that we worked previously, so 20 minutes around presentations and all together for one paper 30 minutes, and I'll keep the track of the time. But without further ado, let me invite Heidi Pietilä Konsta Taanila from the University of Tampere to speak about dialectics in Russian thinking about war and peace. Welcome.
So, thank you, Katri, for the introduction. So the topic of our research is dialectics in Russian thinking about war and peace. And our research pursues to trace the possible logic behind the Russian worldview and perhaps help us to understand why they act the way they do. So there are many different perspectives that... is there some problem with the mic? Sorry. Do I just repeat or continue? Repeat? Yeah, okay. So our research here pursues to trace the possible logic behind the Russian worldview that would also help us to understand why they act the way they do. There are many different perspectives that also pursue to do the same, and especially try to understand why Russia started the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This is one of those research that brings forward one perspective among many others to understand the complexity of the current situation. So there are two research interests that we start from. Firstly, in many studies, it is often declared that Russian idea of war and peace is dialectical, but this is not much further elaborated, and it's just used as a statement. This is something that we wanted to look into and bring forward the framework of dialectics in a more comprehensive way. Secondly, it would also be quite valid to assume that even though the Soviet Union has collapsed, the whole scientific paradigm of Marxist-Leninist ideology and the concept of dialectical materialism would not disappear overnight, even if the Soviet Union did. Many of the people who now rule Russia has been brought under that same paradigm. However, even if the logic could be perceived in Russian thinking about war, this would also need to be connected to the empirical analysis, which we have now also done in our research. So basically in our research, we connected the different phases of the dialectical logic in the empirical material of Russian military thinking. In general, dialectics is mentioned in many different contexts, for example, on the operational level, on art of war, etc. But in this research, we try to connect it to the bigger picture of war, politics, and peace. Especially in military science, the tradition of dialectics as a method has remained very strong, which is why as our primary material, we used military journals of Voyenaya Missile and the English translation Military Thought, and also AVN. And this was during the years 2012 to 25. So it was before the so-called Gerasimov doctrine in 2013, and then the annexation of Ukraine in 2014, as it made the question of how Russia defines war very relevant. Important to note again that even though many of the following ideas that we here present can also be explained by many different theories, such as civilizational thinking, but in this research we're here to show that these many different perspectives can be brought under one coherent logic instead of analyzing them as separate aspects of Russian thinking. So Very briefly, there were some challenges to our research. Obviously, the challenge of causality, whether we can actually assume that the content that the writers write mean what they actually think. And also, many of the quantity of the article was very massive, and not all of them manifested ideas of dialectics, so we cannot really universalize it to all writers. But most importantly, there is a very big ambiguity concerning the definition of dialectics, both in philosophy in general, but also in Russian scientific community. For example, there were articles that would basically reinvent the wheel by saying that this is not dialectics, but something else, and basically just using dialectics, which complicated our work a bit. Important to note as well that neither Russia nor Soviet Union has utilized the logic of dialectics correctly, but it has been altered to the ideological purposes. And in essence here, the logic of dialectics has been distorted to the political goals of the Russian Federation, but that is precisely the reason why we think that it's important for us to understand it.
Thank you. The background of dialectics is, of course, in Marxist-Leninist philosophy, and before moving on to the Russian understanding of war, we would like to bring up the definition of dialectical war drawn, for example, from Soviet military thinkers. In essence, the definition of dialectical war can be described through 3 points. First of all, war is understood to capture all aspects of social life, and therefore war is a comprehensive part of human activity itself. Secondly, war isn't considered to be an end in itself, but a means to an end. Dialectical war is revolutionary by its nature and pursues to qualitatively change the existing social order. Lastly, war is understood to arise, develop, change form, and finally also disappear according to the dialectical development of history. In this regard, the conflictual nature of all phenomena is seen as the driving force behind the historical progress. So, compared to the dialectical definition, a Russian understanding of war is somewhat dichotomous, I guess you could say. To begin with, war is understood as a social political phenomena that occurs at a certain historical moment and is formed through different contradictions. On the other hand, its nature depends on the economic and military technical factors that regulate its goals, means, as well as intensity of the war. As previously proposed, a dialectical way of thinking didn't vanish altogether alongside with the destruction of Soviet Union, but remained as an important part of Russian military theory and also methodological thinking. Based on our analysis on our material, it can even be argued that dialectics still create the background of Russian military thinking, or in other words, the knowledge of war itself and the means of warfare are drawn through the dialectical logic and its laws. Generally speaking, the dialectical foundation of Russian way of thinking about war is most evident in war's universal and holistic character. War and wider struggle are studied as a sort of large wholenesses in principle, and the main focus then is on their inner processes and interrelations. Since everything is understood to be connected to the larger whole, war is approached from up to bottom, not from bottom to up, as in non-dialectical approaches. This rather complex logic of dialectical process is illustrated here at the bottom of our slide. And instead of beginning with an extensive introduction to dialectical philosophy, we will go through it step by step according to its phases and bring up our empirical findings alongside with it. Okay, let's move on. Thank you. So, as you can see here, the starting point of dialectical process is the inadequacy of the current existing reality. And in terms of dialectical framework, the reality is understood to be in continuous historical development. In other words, reality isn't understood as a static entity that consists of already complete objects, but a rather dynamic entity of inner processes. The driving force behind these processes and also this continuous progress are the inadequacies and contradictions of the existing reality. It's also important to note that actors pursue to change this reality and also its inadequacies through their actions and objectives. So in our material, the inadequate state of affairs is described extensively and often brought up as a sort of premise of the analysis. Essentially, the reason for world order's inadequacies is seen to be caused by Western capitalist economic system as a whole, and also globalization. And according to this line of argument, the capitalist system has exhausted itself and cannot be sustainably maintained. In addition, the basic characteristic of this system is, of course, the hegemonic position of the United States and its imperial as well as colonial policies, of which Russia is also understood to be an object of, alongside with the rest of the non-Western world. Here, the inner contradictions can be found, for example, from the confrontation between Western liberal and democratic values and then more conservative and non-democratic Russian values. These form the main inadequacies and contradictions of our existing reality and world order. And according to some writers, we have now moved to the time of deep civilizational crisis and a brink of great upheavals in the global evolutionary cycle. This cycle is also compared by some to the time period in the beginning of the 20th century.
So, as mentioned just now, the internal contradictions or inadequacies of the phenomenon is what drives development forwards. Importantly, the nature of this transformation is always characterized by the struggle between those contradictory or opposite forces inside the phenomenon. In essence, what this means is that every intent to somehow change existing reality, to act in a reality, is always resisted by that same reality, such as every force always has a counterforce that oppose each other. So even though sounding a bit silly, but to demonstrate the idea, for example, the act of me jumping up is always resisted by gravity. So the way I jump up is not determined only by my intent or my act of jumping up, but is also resisted by the forces of reality that I have no control over. So in this scenario, the gravitational pull would be the opposite to my act of jumping, or the contradictory force to my act of jumping. And our struggle is what determines what my jump will be like. So in dialectics, there is the process called negation, in which the two opposites shape each other as they struggle, and they have to adjust to each other's resistance. Again, even though sounding a bit silly, but I would have to adjust my ability to jump to the fact that gravity will pull me down eventually, whereas gravity in this case would have to accept that I will defy it and jump against it. So what does all this mean in practice? So Russia's intent to transform the world that is grounded on them perceiving the world as inadequate is resisted by the US's intent to preserve the existing reality that in Russian eyes is dominated by the US. So the material shows that the world is still being affected by a similar struggle than during the Cold War, but instead of a struggle between communist Soviet Union and capitalist West, this struggle is now being fought by geopolitical coalition and civilization, as these are the forces that in this historical stage shape the nature of the struggle, such as before it was the Cold War ideologies. So importantly, as you can see from this picture, this is not seen as a clear-cut antagonistic divide in which they simply oppose each other, but it's actually more like a dynamic process in which Russia tries to transform the world away from US dominance, but at the same time is being forced to battle the resistance of the US and the West that tries to weaken Russia. Such as in negation, the two opposites shape each other. Russia is being affected by Western forces to prevent Russia from changing the current order. So in essence, if in Russian eyes their pursuit is to now solve the contradictions or the inadequacies of the current world order, what US does is basically to resist this transformation and to resist the historical path of the whole world. The way the US does this, obviously, is pursuing to destroy their opposite force, Russia, making this struggle quite existential and inevitable in nature. So how does all of this then come in the question of war and peace? As again mentioned before, the dialectics is based on the holistic idea that the internal relations of the phenomenon is what determines the nature of the phenomenon. So, as I mentioned before, the relations inside are contradictory in nature, but importantly, they're also in unity because they are inside the same phenomenon. So they cannot exist without each other, even if they oppose each other. Or this can also be put in more simple terms. There can be no war without peace, such as there can be no peace without war. Or, as famously said, war is the continuation of peace, such as peace is the continuation of war. So basically, when we say that the relation between war and peace is dialectical, what is meant in essence is that we step out of the more traditional or perhaps more Western idea of war and peace in which they are two separate entities. So often we see in a scenario where we move away from condition of peace when war breaks out, and when war has ended, we return back to the condition of peace. In a scenario like this, there can be no war if there's peace, because they exclude each other's presence. In dialectical logic, this is quite the opposite. So war and peace are opposite forces, but they're also in unity, which means they cannot be separated from each other. Importantly, this does not mean that there is no separation at all, which is a very common misunderstanding. But what this means is that the relation of war and peace are two sides of the same struggle, regardless whether this bigger or larger struggle is fought by peaceful or armed means. This is determined by the historical stage of the development, whether more peaceful, more violent, or some sort of synthesis of them both serve the transformation of the existing system. According to this logic, the invasion of Ukraine would be part of the larger political struggle, a sort of a violent catalyzer towards the transformation for a new world order. So it would be part of the much larger political, historical, and existential struggle, not a separate entity that would possibly end hand in hand with the signing of a peace treaty. So in essence, the larger struggle in which Ukraine is part of, in which war and peace is part of, would end only when the contradictions of the current existence are solved, at least in the Russian point of view.
Okay, so finally we have the last phase of dialectical logic to uncover the new form of existence. And this new form of existence is supposed to correct the flaws of previous order and is therefore fundamentally better than the previous one as well. Regardless of the progress, this new form of existence also has its own inter-contradictions, and the progress through struggle of opposites also continues in the future. Thus also the last arrow here on the right. Also, even though the new form of existence is fundamentally better than the previous one, it still includes characteristics from both the new as well as the old forms of existence. Interestingly, this last point is rarely acknowledged in Russian thinking of the larger geopolitical struggle and warfare. The outcome of geopolitical struggle isn't described broadly in our material, but the two obvious trends, or rather possibilities, are brought up clearly. The first one being multipolarity, which is also sometimes referred as a civilizational harmony, is the one which Russia tries to pursue throughout its actions. This form's existence regards, of course, the destruction of the US-led unipolar world order, and simply put, in this scenario, the political, economic, as well as military power of the world would move from east to the west. The other possibility of the New World Order is the unipolar world, which is even increasingly characterized by imperial policies and colonialism of the US. And all in all, according to the writers, multipolarity would solve the contradictions of the current existence and world order and sort of transform it to more equal and just existence. Okay, let's move on to the conclusions. Next. The dialectical thinking is summarized nicely by President Putin in his speech at the Waldai Club 2022, in which he also ironically seems to cite Lenin's work. In this study, we have been trying to fill in the research gap and elaborate the discussion regarding dialectics as part of Russian military thinking by connecting it to the question of war and peace. The importance of dialectics is especially present in Russian thinking at the level of larger geopolitical analysis, but the laws of dialectics also are seen to even precede the laws of war. Interestingly, the logic of dialectics seems to sort of flow from an upper level to more specific areas of military science, for example, to the level of military system development, of the means of warfare, dialectics of offense and defense, as well as the development of weaponry. A topic not covered in our research here, but a part of this same holistic framework nonetheless. In our material, the theoretical and ontological tendencies are not always clearly expressed, and the dialectical logic can sometimes be found merely between the lines of an argument. In addition, dialectical views are also treated with criticism, so that should be also kept in mind. There are also attempts to develop dialectical thinking further in interrelations with other theoretical frameworks, and in this regard, the idea of, for example, transitivity of war, as well as the triadic worldview are notable ones. Then to conclude, we believe that the dialectical framework is able to help us better understand the complexity and significance of Russia's wider geopolitical struggle and actions which encompasses the interrelation of war and peace. Themes that are essential as we are trying to understand the future of Russian military thinking. And to the end, we have also the primary material used in this presentation. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. And now time for a couple of questions. Who would like to go first?
Thank you, Katri, for letting me break the ice. It's more of a comment rather than a question, just to warn you. I would really like to congratulate you on your nice work. I think that this is really, really important, and it is very overlooked in this field. So please keep up the good work. Very nice.
Thank you. Well, that was great.
Yeah, I echo that. I was wondering, do you have any thoughts about what consequences do this mismatch between our thinking in the West, our lack of understanding of dialectical thinking, and the way they think in Russia dialectically, what consequences does that lead to?
What's happening?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, sorry. I think it's more of a bigger question of how do we define when war ends and when peace starts, because in the Western paradigm, the idea of much more rigid. And it basically, I have always thought it as a bit of an example from the Vietnam War, in which basically the US and the Vietnamese armies, they were in one war, but they were basically fighting two different wars. As the war for the US was on a much, a very different idea why to go to the war, whereas for the Vietnamese it would be an existential struggle of being alive in their country. So basically, if we use the Western paradigm to study how Russia fights their wars, we're basically studying two different wars, and it makes the analysis a bit more weak, I would say.
Yes, Jyrki, I'll bring this.
Yeah, thank you, Jyrki Tervo from the Finnish MFA. Thank you for the presentation. Very intriguing and thought-provoking. Just wanted to comment on what we have been observing, maybe in the Russian press lately, with the start of the Trump administration in the US. There seems to be this kind of, I don't know how to say it exactly. There's kind of confusion a little bit in the Russian intellectual circles at the moment, because the world starts to resemble multipolarism much more and much quicker than they expected, and perhaps not as a result of the struggle that you described, but as a result of the political changes in the West. And this, to our observations, this seems to create confusion because maybe it's because Russians think they are still in the struggle phase, but the world seems to have changed already, like to where they wanted to go, and this creates confusion, and we observe even some signs of kind of status quo thinking, that they are hitting the brakes. They have this feeling that they want to hit the brakes because the world is going too quickly somewhere that they weren't prepared to that. But this is just observations. But I wanted to bring it up because it fits to your kind of the theory in a way. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I think this is a very good question, because I think it also showcases the kind of like the contradiction between what is the theory of dialectics and what happens in real life. So, such as for example, Soviet Union said that their idea would be revolutionary, but they were basically a dictatorship that closed all revolutionary ideas away. So I think there's this idea that if the New World Order would be achieved, there would obviously be new contradictions in this new World Order. But I think in the Russian literature, they have distorted in a way that they don't even know, like, what is their end goal. Like, they think it is the multipolarity, but they don't really realize that multipolarity itself would bring new contradictions. They just think that it would solve everything. And I think this a bit showcases what you were saying about they don't really even know if their reality is in accordance with the theory that they try to pursue. I don't know if you want to add something.
No, I think that was quite comprehensive.
Okay.
Would you have very quick something, just a comment?
A question. You mentioned in the beginning that it is not certain whether
these writers actually, in ideological terms, believe what they write. There is an alternative explanation that whether this framing of the international order as unjust is actually ideological or used to justify Russia's own policies. And what do you think about how do you manage this risk that they do not actually believe in this kind of framings as in the ideological sense, but use it to justify their own policies?
Yeah, thanks. That was also my kind of question to you, but please very quickly. So.
But I can a bit. I don't know if I do really answer this correctly or not, but I think the whole the thesis about how Russia, how they perceive the world, it is basically propaganda, or it is a distorted view how they justify their worldview and how they justify their actions. I don't know, maybe you could, I think in the, or were you saying something?
No, go
Oh, sorry. In the previous, I remember in the previous presentation, there were questions about reflexive control, and which is stems from the Marxist-Leninist idea about how if the ontological standpoint is materialism, so then the way the objective conditions of the reality shape the consciousness of humans. So if by shaping the material or objective factors in reality, they could shape consciousness and they could shape the way people think. So in a way, use that justification or a distorted view to make it a reality. I don't know if this at all answers the question, but... Makes perfect sense. Okay, thank you.
Okay, maybe we stop here. Thank you so much. It was very great start. And then we continue. We have Maria Engqvist from FOI, director of the Russia program there. And I must say, when I saw this title, I was like, oh my God, I just kind of linked this article to colleagues and said that please take a look at this. This is super interesting. And you are already writing a paper on that. So that's really great. So let's hear analysis of Makhonin and his kind of article about the methodological foundations of Russian military science. So.
Right. Thank you so much, Katri. Very nice to be here, and thank you for having me back again. I do apologize about the title because I found out to my great fear when I had actually handed in the abstract that I had forgotten to write a title. So you made one for me, which was very nice. Thank you. But hopefully it will reflect anyway the actual content of what I'm about to talk about today. So, as Katri said, my name is Maria Engqvist, and I'm an analyst at the Swedish Defence Research Agency in Stockholm. I also happen to be the program director of the Russian Eurasia Studies program there, which is mainly funded by the Swedish MOD, Ministry of Defence. But I'm going to start with a little bit of context why I'm standing here today and talking about this particular subject. In February, March last year, 2025, the Swedish Armed Forces commissioned a report from us. We were set to study basically how Russian military thinkers write and think about the future of warfare. So this has actually resulted in a quite newly published report. Looks like this. There are a few very exclusive physical copies here today, which I can hand out if you're nice and behave during the questions particularly. But in any case, the authors in italics we have here at the conference today. So if you want to go around and speak with them about the contents of this report, you can do so later. So my idea was pretty simple. I thought that I could basically just make a spin-off of this report and present it here in Helsinki. So this is the context now into the nitty-gritty. But why should one really study Russian military thinking to begin with? I think that this is a reasonable question that we should ask ourselves before we actually delve into this. And for example, my former colleague, Dr. Gudrun Persson, she has quite recently published a book on this very, very topic called Russian Military Thinking, basically. A great book and a great point of departure if you want to understand the basics of Russian military thinking, its history, and where it comes from. In any case, she lists four major reasons. The first one is that that Russian military thinking provides a connection between policy and strategy, and the discussion in itself is basically a tool for change within Russia and in strategic thinking in general. It is also tightly connected to Russia's existence as a state. As we know, another argument is that it is insufficiently studied. And the fourth one, it is holistic, and this confuses Westerners because we do not think like that and we do not apply holistic thinking in our own strategic realm, so to speak. Yes. But for me personally, I would say that the answer to this question is quite simple and clear, especially if we try to move on into the realm of application. It is essential to keep up with the adversary's line of thought. It's crucial to survival and also to policymaking, and to make it as useful as possible. And I do believe, personally and professionally, that this is more important than ever, especially right now. So these are a few arguments why it is important to look at this. And now we shall delve into the actual objects of study for today. So during the process of making the report that I just mentioned, I stumbled upon 3 different articles, which I found quite interesting in their own right, respectively, but they are also kind of connected. To start with, it's 2 Russian articles written in Russian and 1 Western one written by Roger McDermott for the Saratoga Foundation. And this was actually the first one that I bumped into. It looks like this. And it brought me to the 2 other ones, respectively. The first one is by S.A. Modestov. Looks like this. And the other one by General Major Makhonin. Very interesting stuff. And Modestov's article, «Кризис военной науки и постклассические перспективы его приобретения», was published in the first issue of Vaven, which I will just say like this in this abbreviation because it's too messy and too time-consuming to say it all at once too many times. It's essentially a pretty interesting article. I will delve into it in just a moment. And there's also the one by Major General Makhonin, who is retired now. This article by Makhonin is essentially a reply to Modestov's article. And Roger McDermott, he also comments on Makhonin's article in his own. So this is a kind of triangulation that we can see here. So the focus of this presentation is essentially going to lie on Makhonin for quite logical reasons. He is sort of in the center, and I'm going to show you why in a very short time. So the primary purpose of the article that I am trying to write at the moment is to analyze Makhonin's arguments and try to discern what the implications of these arguments would be for Russian military science in general, and to the Russian armed forces, and if there are any at all. The secondary purpose, is to reflect on the methodological issues and actually discuss them. As our colleagues mentioned here, there are quite many interesting challenges that we face studying this topic and this source material. I'm just going to mention a few here, and we can delve into this later today. There is, of course, the question of the quality and the status and publication frequency, of course, as well, from certain outlets. There is also, which I hinted at earlier, the rank, position, and hierarchy among the authors themselves. And this is not unimportant at all. It's quite important, in fact, especially given how Russia works culturally, etc. We also have two examples. If we compare Vestnik and Voyennaya Mysl, I would say it's common knowledge by now that it's more difficult to get an article published in Voyennaya Mysl than it is in Vestnik, for instance. And it also depends on publication timelines, especially, just similarly to the Western academia, the publication lags behind quite a lot, for instance. And if you compare, for example, two authors like General Trushin and General Makhonin, their backgrounds and their interests, etc., they have different points of departure, and this is very, very important to take into consideration when you do an analysis such as this one. So, I'm just going to delve a little bit into the preliminary findings, and I just want to stress that this is not exhaustive at all. So, Modestov's article, which Makhonin reacts to, is essentially a very, very messy article, both in structure and in content. And whatever overarching message the author, Modestov, is trying to convey, it is greatly obfuscated by the author himself, actually. It's really a mess to read, and everyone who has read a messy Russian academic article will know exactly what I mean. However, there are some interesting points in it if you manage to actually read it at all. In any case, well, he argues in essence that there is a crisis in military science caused by technological development. And he asks also the question, how far can the concept of war actually expand? The solution, he wants to sort of introduce a post-non-classical rationality, and this, in my interpretation, is that he urges his colleagues to refrain from conceptual overreach, and there is also a sort of critique of AI use embedded in all of this. So, yes, it's quite messy, but there are some interesting points, other points as well, which he brings up. I'm going to just draw a quick quote. Unfortunately, the developers of our doctrine fall into the typical idealization of war found in Russian public consciousness, which includes an unacceptable leveling of moral and ethical positions between the opposing sides, putting us at a disadvantage. A phrase which just pops up like this. Very interesting, I think. And I will continue with Makhonin's article and arguments. And as I mentioned, Makhonin's article is a sort of an answer to the previous one. And this is a very nice diss of the first class, which he actually makes. He shreds Modestov quite thoroughly, I would say, but in an eloquent way. He also takes the opportunity to purport his own arguments and his own pet peeves. So the first punchline that Makhonin actually makes is that the understanding of war depends on the state of military science. Subtext, which I'm reading, that it is not at an adequate level at the moment, at least not in his view. And as we saw here in the first presentation today from the colleagues from Tampere, he pinpoints that pre-Soviet, Soviet, and post-Soviet failure to apply logic as a methodology in military science. It's something that he really drives home. And also he points out that there is no real framework, no ideological framework, which has replaced Marxism-Leninism as a methodology. Ergo, there is an intellectual void that needs to be filled. This is his argument in essence. It's very interesting. And we go on to Roger McDermott, who find this comment as interesting as I did, apparently. Roger's commentary is also to another article, which I believe maybe Krisztian might talk a little bit about. We'll see. I don't know. I haven't seen your presentation. But in any case, he purports that the war in Ukraine is basically a silent war laboratory, and that the cycle between combat observation and the codification has collapsed, which is basically producing a very rapid doctrinal adjustment process. And he also highlights that Makhonin, he points to a deeper flaw. Like, without logical methodology, even the most elaborate theorizing about war is unscientific. Perhaps also useless, but I don't know. That's my take on it at the moment. In any case, McDermott's argument is that the foundations are weak, it invites contradictions, and it has an escalationist bias. Escalationist struggle, destruction to create something new, and we are in the realm of dialectics again. And McDermott also points out, quote, "The significance of Makhonin's intervention lies in its implicit challenge to the General Staff's codification projects." And this is also quite interesting, as he reads it as an intervention in the General Staff planning in itself, almost. So, some tentative conclusions from this. So if I'm going to be thorough and go back to the actual research question, what would the implications of Makhonin's arguments and suggestions be for, one, Russian military science, and two, for the Russian armed forces, if any? I think it's clear that this is a kind of pet project for Makhonin. He wants to really drive home the message that logic is quite essential if you want to conduct warfare. And this is something that he has delved into quite thoroughly during his entire career, apparently. And McDermott points out that Makhonin is not a marginal commentator. A retired major general, he has spent decades developing what he calls the logical foundations of military political terminology. His monographs, «Логические основания политической и военной терминологии», for instance, establishes him as the leading figure of this niche but important field. His work aims to bring Aristotelian logic, formal, dialectical, and linguistic, into Russian military science as a corrective to its current conceptual disarray. And my question or interpretation of this is basically, does Makhonin also, maybe, implicitly also challenge the undergoing elaboration of the new military doctrine? I'm not sure, but it's just a thought that popped into my head as I was doing the research process here. Or is he even part of it? I don't know. But in any case, just a few closing reflections, as we had a nice keynote from Tor Buchvold this morning. Tor wrote an article some 15 years ago called Iron Cannot Fight, The Role of Technology in Current Russian Military Theory, which is very interesting. He basically creates these categories of Russian military thinkers, revolutionaries and traditionalists, etc. It's a very nice article which is worth reading. So I was thinking that I should just try to place these different actors, in these types of categories. I'm not quite sure if it will work, but maybe not. I shall try. But if we should just try to zoom out a little bit, Modestov, the first example, with the messy article, he obfuscates, as I said previously, many interesting points by delving into obscurities, but he is also argumenting quite strongly not to go too far, both conceptually, but also very careful with technological development. Makes me kind of think that he might belong in the traditionalist category. And Makhonin, maybe a revolutionary. Is he really suggesting a complete intellectual revision of his own field? And that would also mean a complete overhaul of all technical descriptions of all tactical guidelines, basically everything that we have. And is this really what he is suggesting, yes or no? I'm not sure. But I will continue to seek in this process in writing the article, and we shall see how it goes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. This was very interesting. So what about the questions? Who would like to go first? Yes.
Thank you. A question about the debates that are going on here between Makhonin and Modestov, and how much this reflects, echoes the debates that were going on in the 90s and the 2000s about the crisis in military science within Russia, and whether this is really just a continuation of those debates.
I would definitely, it's my impression that it is, actually. At the moment. This thought has struck me more than once when I've been reading these articles. So my preliminary answer, I would say, is yes, actually.
And does your report look at those debates? Does it?
It focuses on a slightly different timeline, so no. But it is in the background section.
Just continuing that point in a sense, so not really a response to a new revolution in military affairs of that kind, because that was understood by the General Staff and Agarkov said were being driven by technological developments. I mean, there is this reference to AI, but it's a rather dismissive one, although one could say that that could have very far-reaching consequences. But perhaps more broadly by the difficulty in coming to terms with the requirements and the actually the on-the-ground developments of a unprecedented type of war that Russia finds itself in. This kind of major war, which is in Europe, engaging other European states on a very large scale in a nuclear age, and whilst technological developments are taking place, and also one where there are problems in the actual, sort of the human dimension, simply because it is with fellow Slavic peoples, one's brothers. The whole complex of difficulties in managing, and so rather than relying upon old frameworks of thinking, one has to rethink entirely. So something of that kind.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure what to say to that. But I do think I agree with you, because at least I can read out of this material that I have brought here today is very limited. But I would say that at least strikes me that there is an urge for renewal in that direction. I would say absolutely, but I don't get the impression that these authors actually know what to do.
I have one question. So it's a recent article. It's early last year. Have you seen any continuation of this debate or references to it, and also that the question about our sources, in a way that you've pinpointed interesting debate, maybe iteration of something that was going on long time, but can we really, basis of what, to know where it is going?
I have no idea, Katri, and the most worrying thing about all is that our subscriptions are at the moment failing to arrive on these very magazines, which is very worrying. I don't know about you guys, but we don't get Vaiania missile delivered anymore, and I'm not quite sure why. But
what do you have the latest?
August.
So Institute Press is an undesirable organisation.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
not sure.
It has been.
Yes.
Ah,
so that's the explanation.
Librarians, yes, so they're watching this space because, of course, there's been so much reliance on them.
Thank you.
Sorry. Questions? Comments?
For an agent, all right. Well, you can bug me during the dinner as well if you want to.
Yeah, maybe I would like to one question more about the Dmitry Minik's work on this sort of, I can't remember now what the categorization he used to describe the new way of describing the Russian military thinkers after the 2014 and with the Gerasimov taking over. I can't remember now the term, but are you planning to, in a way, reflect on his conclusions on this? Like you use Tour's categorizations which might make sense and it's still useful, but then I think he comes up with the third, something between.
I will definitely look into that because I haven't really decided on what to pick and what's most beneficial for the purpose. But I'm definitely going to look at it because it's very good as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Interesting. Sorry. Okay, and then we'll have the last presentation, but definitely not least. I've been also very interesting to read your previous work. So Krisztian Jojart from Swedish Defence University, and your presentation is on the significance of the war in Ukraine for Russian military thinking. So we continue with this theme. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think my presentation will complement well the presentation of Heidi and Kostya's and Maria's as well. Bottom line up front, the reason I find this topic interesting and very important is that if we want to forecast future Russian force posture, military strategy, the first step to do that, in my view, is to understand the true significance of the war in Ukraine for the Russian military scientific complex or community. And as Heidi and Konsta has mentioned, the Marxist-Leninism provided a universal method for anything science in the Soviet Union, including military science as well. Now it has disappeared, and as Maria has reflected upon that, Russian military science in many ways is in crisis now, but the Russian military science's core task and function, as it was during the Soviet period, is to make scientific forecasts concerning the future character of war. And they do that by collecting the combat experience and systemizing and generalizing that combat experience. So the real question is that how much, to what extent, the Russian military thinkers regard the war in Ukraine's experience to be generalizable, and I tried to address this question throughout my presentation. We have, of course, some guidance to do that. Oleksandr Svechin's classical work is very often cited in the past decade or two in Russian military journals, that every war is a special case, so we can't really use a template or pattern. But at the same time, the Soviets thought that wars of a given time period, a given era, have some general characters that are common. Isserson's view was that, of course, major wars reveal more about the general character of a current era's or of a given era's warfare. And at the same time, Soviet military thinkers believed that so-called small wars combat experience should be treated very carefully, because that could lead military thinking in the wrong direction. And of course, a good case in point was the Spanish Civil War between 1936 and 1939, which revealed very little about the upcoming large war, the Second World War, even though many of the same weaponry has already appeared in the Spanish Civil War, but in a very small scale, and of course the doctrines were not coupled with the technology. So Soviet military scientists have warned specifically not to extrapolate the lessons of small wars. So the real question is, I think now, I guess, is that whether the war in Ukraine is regarded by the Russian military thinkers as just a small local war, or is it something more? Or is it even a war? And because we know the Russians still call this a special military operation. And we know that, not least from the excellent study of Chuck Bartels and Roger McDermott, that the Russian military thinkers take this concept, the special military operation, very seriously. And Bartels and McDermott cite two Russian retired colonels, Kvochkov and Litvinenko, and both claim that the special military operation is, or was supposed to be, something below the level of war, a single combined arms operation to achieve direct political strategic goal in a relatively short period of time. And Litvinenko also added that the main difference between the special military operation and the war is that wars do end in peace. Again, dialectical thinking, war and peace. War ends in peace and in the victory of one side and the defeat of the other, whereas the special military operation, after achieving its goal, could have been concluded in various ways through the negotiation table without the full total victory of Russia and the total destruction and defeat of Ukraine. And this is kind of a recurring argument in other Russian military authors' work. However, once the special military operation has failed by roughly day 5 of the special military operation, the Russians started to talk about this war in very different terms. Vladimir Putin himself referred to the conflict in Ukraine as having global character, but even before Vladimir Putin, Russian military thinkers made the point that the conflict in Ukraine is not merely a local, but in a sense global, given the composition of the parties involved and the military political potentials employed in this conflict. Some Russian military thinkers last year made a more nuanced view about the war in Ukraine, making the point that this could hardly be called just a local conflict because it expands to significant territories of the warring parties. Not only one single military district of the Russian Federation is taking part in this war, but all of Russia's military districts are involved in this war, making this a regional war in a sense. But since Ukraine gets direct military support from leading military powers, it has a global character as well. And they make the point that this is just short of a world war because there is no other countries' combat formations in Ukraine that are directly involved in this war, and nuclear weapons are not employed. Just note that this article came out in 2025. The authors clearly forgot about the North Korean presence in this war, which is already a direct presence of a third country in the combat operations against Ukraine. And they also make this very elaborate statement why still, as opposition to all of this, it is not a war what we see in Ukraine, is that because war is formally declared, first. Secondly, it entails a special legal status, a transition from peacetime to wartime period, and it is waged for decisive goals. And it also includes the total mobilization of material resources and manpower. And again, dialectical approach ends with the victory of one side and the defeat of the other. Okay, so on the one hand, we see that this is a special military operation. This is not something that's labeled as a war. On the other hand, the Russian military thinkers talk about that it's not even a local war, but having a global character, but certainly a regional armed conflict. So how to solve all this puzzle and contradiction? Well, by introducing new typology of armed conflict. This is the current accepted classification of wars and armed conflicts in Russian military science, by the way, which is something Maria's Makhonin would surely not approve, because he makes the point that armed conflict should be the bigger category and wars and military conflict should be the subcategory of the armed conflict, following the method of logic. But these authors expand the classification quite significantly. As you can see, a new element compared to the existing category is the armed confrontation of limited scale, and military action is clearly what the special military operation would fit to, as the authors make the point that military action is employed when the full potential of military power could not be used or is not expedient to use that. But at the same time, they also divided the category of armed conflict first to international and internal subcategories. But we see also that armed conflict now has, by intensity, local, regional, and large scale, similarly to the intensity of the war. So basically, the way they solve this puzzle that the war in Ukraine is not a war, but at the same time, by intensity, it's very much between a regional war and a large-scale war. They make the point that this is actually an armed conflict, but the authors also argue that the only difference between a war and the armed conflict is the mobilization and the other points that I mentioned, whereas in intensity, a large-scale armed conflict could be just as intense as a large-scale war. So my understanding is that currently, according to the Russian military scientists, the war in Ukraine is between a regional and a large-scale armed conflict. But not only the scale and the intensity of the war warrant special attention on behalf of the Russian military scientific complex, but also the stakes involved in this war. Some Russian authors claim that if we look at the stakes involved, there is no difference between the First and the Second World War, as what is at stake here is the nature of the future world order and Russia's role within it. And our guy, Sivkov, was cited by Heidi and Konsta as well. He claims that the consequences of this defeat in Ukraine could be catastrophic for the globalist West and have a geopolitical scale. And of course, vice versa, so the defeat of Russia could also have tragical consequences, as Katri in her excellent Journal of Strategic Studies article argued that the Russian military thinkers very much think about this war as being existential for Russia. And again, our guy Sivkov, we can see that there are direct parallels drawn between the Great Patriotic War and the war in Ukraine. What Sivkov, the Krach Citadeli 2.0, the title of his article, he draws a parallel between Ukraine's failed 2023 counteroffensive and the Kursk defensive operation of 1943, with the same turning point of being in the war in Ukraine, as the Kursk operation was a turning point during the Great Patriotic War. The Russian military thinkers also see the war in Ukraine as being a testing ground, not only for Russian weapons, but also Western weapons, doctrines. Other Russian military thinkers also make the point that the West is testing certain elements of its multi-domain operation concept in Ukraine. And they also see it as being, the very least, a new chapter or a new phase in the revolution of the military technical revolution that started in the 1980s, but even more so, a totally new revolution in military affairs. Colonel General Tushin, who is the chair of the Military Scientific Committee, so he's pretty high up in the hierarchy of Russian combat experience, lessons learned, infrastructure or organization. He calls the war in Ukraine a Rubezhnaya Vayna, which literally translates to frontier war, but probably a better translation into English would be a milestone or watershed war. And the last such Rubezhnaya Vayna, according to Tushin, was the 1991 Gulf War. And the main difference now is that, according to Tushin, this is how a modern war looks like if both warring parties have access to the same high technology. So this is what high-tech wars looks like if it is waged in symmetrical circumstances. And Ruslan Pukhov, a civilian defense expert, lately wrote that this is a new look of large-scale military confrontation expressed in the transition from the mechanized war of the industrial era to a drone war or the digital information war of the post-industrial era. And lastly, the Russians also see the war in Ukraine as being a model for future great power conflict, because the whole war in Ukraine fell on a fertile ground of already existing Russian military scientific debate about hybrid war, proxy wars. So from the Russian perspective, a great power war would very likely not take the form of a direct military confrontation between Russia and the West, Russia and the NATO, but the most likely scenario the Russian military should prepare for, according to Russian military scientists, is similar to the Ukraine war, proxy war, where Russia's adversary receives significant military intelligence support from leading military powers, and the war would be a protracted attritional war without nuclear escalation. So this is why the war in Ukraine is, in my view, seen by the Russian military thinkers clearly not as a small war, but something bigger than that, something major. Okay, so what are the implications of all this? The Institute for the Study of War claimed in their recent report that the Ukraine war is to the next great power war as the Spanish Civil War was to World War II. This analogy is clearly wrong from the Russian point of view, as they don't see the war in Ukraine as being just a small war. The analogy with the Spanish Civil War is totally false from the Russian perspective. If anything, the war in Ukraine from the Russian perspective reveals about the future great power war that much as the German-Polish War of 1939 revealed about the upcoming Second World War or the Great Patriotic War from the Russian perspective. Also, the Russian military science mobilizes, or Russian military leadership mobilizes very significant resources to learn this war and to examine the combat experience of the war in Ukraine. It is not an accident that now that articles in Russian military journals are being published about the обобщение, the collection of the combat experience during and after the Great Patriotic War. Russian military scientists clearly see a direct parallel with the current war in Ukraine, and they think that this whole historical experience is relevant in the current context. That's why they write about this subject. And even though there is a strong commitment on behalf of the Russian military leadership to draw the right conclusions of this war, and Trushin, for example, argues in another article that the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-5 was not thoroughly examined by the Russian general staff, so the Russian military officers needed to learn the lessons of that war by reading French and German sources. So clearly there is an incentive, and Dora Messicott wrote in her fantastic Foreign Affairs article about this, that the Russians are even creating parallel structures because they don't trust the combat reports that are coming from the commanders on the ground, so they are sending representatives of their military scientific institutes on the ground to have a parallel input to this lessons learned process. As Maria mentioned, Roger McDermott's War Laboratory article, that's a good case in point that even though there is a strong commitment to learn objective lessons from this war, there is a significant risk of bias on behalf of the Russian military thinkers, as they tend to extrapolate the lessons of the war in Ukraine. In my view, they over-extrapolate the lessons of the war, as opposed to Western military thinkers who still think about what lessons of the war are particular to the war in Ukraine and what lessons are generalizable. It seems that the Russians mechanically generalize the lessons of the war in Ukraine, and that can lead to significant biases. And my last point, and I will finish with that, as I mentioned, the Russians also see this war as being a model for future great power proxy war. So this is what the Russians are preparing now, a protracted proxy war, either a new war in Ukraine after a ceasefire or somewhere else in the Russian periphery where the West puts behind all its military potential and intelligence apparatus and Starlink and whatever to support Russia's adversaries. And of course, the problem, you have talked about the escalation problem. From the Russian problem, they also have a problem with escalation and how to deter the West. And their problem is that they were not able to deter fully the West. The West is following a boiling frog approach, but you very rightly mentioned that the Russians were able to significantly delay Western military aid, unfortunately, to Ukraine. And with that, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, super interesting. Please, questions? Yes, Yuliia?
Thank you so much. Very interesting. I have a question which actually accumulated after I was listening to not only yours presentation but others, but you will be my target, sorry. So to what extent we can rely to all these Russian military thinkers to understand Russian vision of the war. And because, December 2021, it was Putin who issued 2 ultimatums, one to NATO countries and one to United States, and their demands were not about Ukraine, but including Ukraine, but also withdrawal and removal of NATO forces from Central and Eastern Europe. So do you think that military thinkers, Russian military thinkers, still define Putin's vision of this war? And don't you think that this vision has changed during the war? Because I assume there were some changes starting from 2022. Yeah, and I think that if we rely on what Putin is saying, that he definitely thinks that Russia is in the war with the West. Yeah, so even though he used this special military operation, it's already very short of war, direct confrontation between Russia and the West.
Yeah, thank you very much. The short answer is we don't know. As Maria mentioned, that there's a lot of black boxes. We don't really know who is influential in this so-called public and less public Russian military debates in Russian military journals. I say less public because we have significant problem accessing these journals now. I don't really see, so the problem you raise, I think, is not so much a problem, to be honest, because the political goal is not challenged by these Russian military thinkers. So the political vision of the goal or the political goal of denazification and demilitarization in Ukraine is not something that is discussed or debated. I mean, how to do that is debated in Russian military journals, but whether these goals are relevant or practical are not challenged by Russian military thinkers. It's always the political leadership, it's a unified leadership that sets the political goal, and the Russian military, the general staff, of course, connects the political goal with the strategy. But before the war, I think it should be mentioned that there were signals on behalf of the Russian military elite that it is not going to be a walk in the park, as they said. Because Ukraine has very significant military capabilities. Ukraine has a very significant or the most comprehensive ground-based air defense system in Europe, not mentioning Russia. And they made the point a few weeks before the invasion. I forgot the name. There was this retired Russian general, you probably... Yeah, Ivashvili and the other one who made the more Fedoriienko, yeah, who made the more military-centric argument. So I think the general staff probably was aware that it's not a good idea, but it was more an intelligence operation, I think, and the spooks had a say more in the planning phase and not the military. Now, whether the military elite can influence, or these military scientists who publish in Vojenная Misl and Vestnik and Armeyski Zbornik and elsewhere have an impact on the mind of Putin, we don't know. I have my doubts. What I could see in between the lines during the war is that there is a conflict between the military elite and the political elite when it comes to how the war is conducted in Ukraine. The main conflict is that number one, the political leadership is not using the military potential in the most efficient way, namely that the Russian military elite very likely would have favored, after the failure of the special military operation, a total mobilization and to put Ukraine down from a significant military superiority. This is not what happened, and as they point out, the political leadership has followed a piecemeal approach, so they put new boots on the ground without forming a sizable superiority over Ukraine. This is something that was clearly not favored by the Russian military elite because they used the military force in a wasteful manner. They also frequently challenge the political leadership's stance that why they don't escalate further. And they also make the point that, yeah, the military leadership is probably pursuing a little differently this war because they don't want to escalate, and still they want to save some reputation, whatever is left of Russia, and so on and so forth. So these are the contradictions I see. I don't know, honestly. My honest answer is I don't know how much they truly influence Vladimir Putin's mind, but I think nobody knows that, to be honest.
Thank you. And it might be a follow-up question to that, because especially considering the new categories for war, armed conflict, I was wondering to what extent is that also the consequence of legal restrictions implemented on the use of the term war, because calling the situation in Ukraine a war is still punishable in Russia. So you can be prosecuted for that. But obviously, after 4 years, the intent of calling the operation a special military operation, the intent of delivering the message that the situation is controlled, after 4 years, obviously, it doesn't work. So you have to find a word more accurately describing the situation. So why maybe that's just military thinkers adjusting to the situation, taking into consideration also the restrictions. And so to what extent is that military thinkers influencing or changing their thinking, or just being influenced by the political leadership and adjusting to the new rules? So,
yeah, I very much agree. I think that's one major reason they came up with this new categorization, because they want to tell that this is a large-scale war without telling it is a large-scale war. But on the other hand, I think still the dialectical approach is really there in the Russian military thought. So it is also, I see, it's a recurring argument that it is not a war because there is no mobilization, no special legal status or whatever. So this distinction probably derives also from the scientific method, whatever crisis they are suffering with, of the Russian military elite.
Yeah, if I may just continue, because I think you make a very important point here, that the Russian military scholars are operating in a very narrow path of what is politically possible to say about this war. And I would say the same point that you made earlier, that this typology, which is fascinating, is sort of a result of this impossibility to actually address what is going on. And then it means for us maybe that we have to be very careful of reading these typologies or reading too much into them, because the context where they've been produced. But Roy, you had a question.
Thanks. I was very interested by the point that emerges out of that about the likely future war defined as proxy wars. It's Russian. There was a study in Russia on local conflicts and regional wars, as there was in the West, in looking at what were effectively proxy wars in the late Cold War. There's all kinds of reverse leverage, and this is well studied. Probably not thinking of that. And in the current situation, I'm sure the reference isn't towards wars involving non-Western countries. I mean, Venezuela, no. Middle East, Russia's effectively now degraded. Iran, Russia's going to keep out of. It's difficult to conceive of what the actual scenario would be, other than another revamping of conflict in Ukraine, because if it's on the periphery and it involves a NATO state, the Nordic region or Turkey, then that's a different kind of war altogether, unless the expectation is somehow Article 5 would not operate effectively. So it seems that theoretically, there's a category, but the practical scenario is difficult to visualize.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure what's the question element in that, but
What would be the proxy war? How could there be a proxy war of that kind?
I think what they foresee as being this kind of proxy or hybrid war is a war in Ukraine in another phase when it comes to a ceasefire. So that's the likely scenario they are preparing for, yes. And because a direct war with NATO countries is clearly not a proxy war anymore. But the war in Ukraine has also a very significant escalation potential, as they underline. I think that's clearly what they are preparing for, another round in Ukraine. To address your point, one takeaway or one possible implication of all this is to not take them seriously. My reading is different. My reading is that we have to be cognizant that they are actually seeing the war in Ukraine as being a large-scale war, or if not a large-scale, at least a regional war. That's what this new typological tells me, with all its consequences and stakes involved in this war. I don't know what I wanted to end up with this argument, but
no, I think that's a good ending for our session as well, because it's important to be critical and to careful in our interpretations, but on the other hand, take the readings and the writings seriously. So thank you so much for great presentations, and now we have half an hour until we have the last session, so please be there. Thank you.